Everybody to find a seat. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm going to call today's meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's December 18th at 5 p.m. If everybody could rise and join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
And at this time, we take a moment of silence and break for a few seconds of individual prayer, reflection, and or meditation. We take this time to honor and remember first responders and our men and women in the military who keep us safe locally and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. It's their commitment that inspires us all. Thank you very much. I've got a few announcements to make before we move on. There's additions and modifications to the agenda. First modification is item 7C, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee appointment. There was updated to reflect the correct member type. And then the addition, staff is requesting the addition of the following item to the consent agenda: consideration to ratify an increase in the cooperative purchase agreement to purchase fire equipment, supplies, and services from Lake County, Florida, contract 22730G with Municipal Emergency Services in relation to purchase order 202-40118. And those have been modified and added to the agenda on December 13th. I'll need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we include that in as 7S.
Okay, the addition is added as item 7S. Okay, very good, thank you. Let's see, they've got a few other additional announcements. The county offices will be closed Monday, December 25th, and Tuesday, December 26th for Christmas, and Monday, January 1st for New Year's. We still have some board and council vacancies. These are available for review on the Flagler County website. River to Sea TPO Citizens Advisory Committee as the citizen alternate, the River to Sea TPO Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee as the citizen alternate. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, there's 3 vacancies for citizen representatives, and the Contractor Review Board has 1 vacancy for consumer member. Again, if you can visit the advisory board page on flaglercounty.gov for a review of those applications. Upcoming commission meetings and workshops. We have a regular meeting Monday, January 8th at 9 a.m., and that's the only business meeting for the month of January, and a workshop Monday, January 8th at 1 p.m. And a reminder to my commissioners that it's time for our administrators' annual evaluation. So if you could pull that up from your email and get that to us before we meet again on January 8th, that would be appreciated. Thank you. All right, and item 4 on the agenda, there's no proclamations and no recognitions, but we do have a presentation from the airport director, Roy Seeger, and this is on an airport noise update. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Roy Seeger. I'm the Director of the Flagler Executive Airport. And I thank you for this time tonight to talk about the airport. But this is not a typical project update that I give you all on a quarterly basis. This presentation can be primarily focused on safety and noise.
There it goes.
There it goes. You want that one? So I just want to start off a little history about the airport. So the Flagler Executive Airport, the beginnings of the airport. So the Flagler Executive Airport, it was commissioned in 1942, formerly known as a Bulow outlying naval landing field. That was primarily as an outlying field for NAS Jacksonville. It was used as a training base for the military, and it was actually transferred from the War Assets Administration, Flagler County, on February 7th, 1947. And since that time, the airport has gone through a myriad of projects throughout the year. And I'm probably only going to talk about what was done since I've been the airport director here. I've been here for going on 15 years. And since that time, since 2009, the Flagler Executive Airport has completed over 55 projects and with an approximate cost of $61 million of projects. Now, I'd like to point out a lot of the project we did is primarily infrastructure projects. But also what we've done over the years is actually make the airport a lot safer and more efficient. And what do I mean by that? So the first thing that they did, and actually this was the first project, and I actually didn't get the funding for this. It was already previously done, because when I showed up, the first wall of the air traffic control tower was going up. So the tower opened up in 2009. There are currently 255 contract towers across the nation. And in the beginning, when they were trying to get this aircraft control tower off to get it done, there was some challenges in getting funding for it, which is kind of funny now because that tower now, back then, cost $3 million. That same tower today costs $12 million. So anyhow, the FDOT funded $3 million of it. And what that did also, it is a contribution to public safety and a role in noise abatement. Now, and you're probably thinking to me, well, how does it work for public safety? And I'll tell you, when I first got here, I was standing out there when there was no air traffic control tower. I counted at one time down Taxiway Alpha, I counted almost 20 aircraft waiting to take off, and there were at least 8 or 9 in the pattern doing touch and goes. There was no control at the airport. Absolutely, it was chaos. So that was one of the main reasons why. And then sometimes the traffic would get tired of waiting, and they would take off on another runway. So it was crazy. So what it does now, so obviously now, any aircraft coming into the airspace, it is controlled by the air traffic control tower. And we're going to talk about the airspace in a second. But also, you talk about noise abatement. Well, how does it work with noise abatement? Well, the big thing with noise abatement is because it controls every aircraft coming to the airport. And also controls the amount of airplanes coming to the airport. And what I mean by that is, if we have like 8 or 9 aircraft want to come in and do touch and goes, the tower doesn't let them do it. They limit it to 6 aircraft at a time. And I know it sounds like a lot, but it could be a lot more. And if those aircraft is any more than 6, they do anywhere, depending on the controller, it's good anywhere from 6 to 8 aircraft doing touch and goes at any particular time, up to. If there's more than that, they ask them to go somewhere else and come back in 15, 20 minutes when those other aircraft are done, and they can get them into the pattern. But that's another way of the aircraft controlling the noise abatement or noise at the airport. When I talk about the airspace, I haven't talked about this much before, but Flagler Executive Airport has an airspace. And what our airspace is, it's a radius of 4 nautical miles up to 1,500 feet. All aircraft coming into the Class D airspace must have a two-way radio installed, and they must be able to establish communication with the control tower prior to entering the Class D, that's prior to entering, and while operating within our airspace. Once the Class D airspace, so our Class D airspace is only open when the air traffic control tower is open. That's from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. From those towers, after 8 p.m. to 6, it reverts to a Class E type airspace, and that is back where the aircraft are primarily controlling themselves, right? They're giving their positions in the airspace, letting other aircraft know where they're at. But one of the things I want to talk about, I want to go back to that after we start talking about noise abatement procedures. I'm going to bring that back up again. As you see here, the total number of operations since the tower opened in 2009. Now, 2009 had a very short number of operations because it was only open for 3 months at that time. But in 2010, the airport was the busiest contract tower in the nation with 170,902 operations that year. Busiest one at the time, 252 contract tower in the nation. As you see, that has ebbs and flows over the years. Our highest peaking in 2019, right before COVID, at 187,282. The other reason why the project ebbs and flows over those years in operations is because the amount of projects we've been doing at the airport. You can imagine we're shutting down runways and redoing runways. It strains the capacity of the airport, which actually slows down the amount of operations that are happening at the airport. Another project that we did at the time is also precision approach indicators, those PAPIs. So what are PAPIs? They're a system of lights on the side of the runway that provides visual guidance on the final approach. They are designed to reduce controlled flight into terrain and improve landing accuracy by aiding pilots in maintaining the correct approach slope. As you can see right here in that diagram, you can see the different color lights. Our lights are actually on the left-hand side of the runway. But when you're looking at these, you can see if you see the four lights that are all white, that means you're too high. If you're, what do you say, and if you see the four that are totally red, that means you're dead. You're too low. So that way you want that nice 2 red, 2 whites to help aiding you on a perfect trajectory to landing. And what is that trajectory? It is a 3-degree glide slope is what they're coming on. That is the safest way for them to come in for a nice smooth landing. And that was installed in 2016. At the time, it was the latest PAPI technology out there. It was a brand new technology, LED back then, of PAPIs, and we were one of the first ones to get it. This right here shows a picture of the way the airport looks like today. But one of the other, why I'm showing this picture, one of the other big projects we did actually was the biggest project that the airport had ever undertaken, which was the relocation of runway 1129. We actually moved the runway more to the center of the airport and then shifted it to the east. So that actually moved all those noise contours more towards the center of the airport. I know we talked a lot about noise contours, and you'll see that coming up in a little bit. But it's another important thing to say that our noise contours for our airport do not go off airport property. And we don't take it lightly. I know, we have different people coming from the community and talking about noise because they live around the airport. But one of the things that we did in 2020 was actually put together a noise abatement group. And during that noise abatement group, we invited members from the community. We invited people that actually had an issue with the airport, talking about the noise complaints. So we put together this group, but obviously then COVID happened, but we still met from time to time via Zoom and came up with the voluntary fly friendly program. And a lot of these different ones on here, and you've seen these before, but the biggest one that I think that we were able to get through was a voluntary nighttime curfew for training flights from 10 p.m. to 7:30 in the morning. And what we did, actually, me and Mr. Cameron actually met with all the different flight schools from all over the area. And we talked about all these different, these fly-friendly program. And we got the buy-in from them. So it's really nice to be able to, we got the buy-in from them. So I'm not saying that they always abide by them, but it's great to see that they do it primarily all the time. And what I'm talking about, because back when I first got here again, or years, the airport, when at nighttime, there would be 20 to 30 flights at nighttime. Now, there's probably a handful of flights. And how do we know that? Well, I'm going to get to that in a minute, but I just wanted to show you here too. And one of the big things that we have asked during our Fly Friendly program is actually show a diagram of how we would like you to do your flight path. As you see, we asked them to use the wetlands to the west of the airport, and also go fly on the other side of I-95. That helps keeping those turns and keeping that traffic as far away from the airport, the different communities around the airport. But as you see, I mean, it's pretty hard to keep any traffic away from any of the airports because we're surrounded by neighborhoods all around. So I was able to get this program called VerTower. VerTower is a very good system. So as you see, VerTower, we can track any aircraft. All you have to do is give us an address, you give us a time of day, and we can pinpoint that aircraft and tell you exactly what that aircraft was doing. And this is actually a great example right here. You can see that aircraft. You see the arc it makes coming in. It's over that green space. It comes in. It does go a little further out, catches that one neighborhood a little bit, but it is making that turn into that in the wetland area. Now, it's important also to know is that some of these and people have been complaining about noise, they use a program called FlightAware. FlightAware is a decent program, but it is not as pinpointed as VerTower is. VerTower is within 200 feet of what an aircraft is actually doing. So this aircraft right here, you can see November 5246, it was flying at 70 knots, and it was at 700 feet. So it could be plus or minus, but it is pretty accurate when it gets closer to the ground of how high that aircraft is. So why has this really come to a head? And that's why, so we received from some of the people that have been complaining about the airport, specifically 2 people, they've hired an attorney. They've hired Gray Robinson, and Gray Robinson has sent us a demand letter. And in that demand letter, I'd like to read those things to you. So there's 3 demands that they made. So number 1, direct users and flight schools at the airport to cease touch and go operations, particularly those that involve low flights over Quail Hollow and Seminole Woods community. Number 2, require all flight paths to and from the Flagler Executive Airport to honor the Quail Hollow and Seminole Woods homeowners' constitutional property rights by limiting the approach elevations greater than 500 feet over residential communities. And number 3, provide an effective plan for implementing and policing these rules and procedures, including establishing safeguards and hotlines for residents to contact proper airport authorities when airport users violate these requirements. Well, number 1 and number 2, we can't do. Why can't we do that? We do not have the authority to do that, nor would it be safe for us to ask an aircraft to do that. And we'll talk about who makes those rules here in a little bit. As you all know, it's the FAA. But also you're asking, so we talked earlier about the PAPIs coming in a 3-degree trajectory, and that's exactly, so you can't say they come up at a high at 500 feet and then shoot at the ground to land. It's not possible to do. Helicopters can do it. Airplanes don't do that. And then number 3, on number 3, we do that already. I mean, we've put in these voluntary noise abatement procedures. The airport is, when we're open, if we're not open, we'll take people's phone calls, we'll take emails, we answer the emails, we answer the calls. We're already doing that already. We don't have a particularly hotline for somebody to sit there and answer them directly, but even if somebody called after hours, we do have an answering machine where people can call, leave a message, and we'll return their phone call. Roles and responsibilities. So primarily in aviation, the Federal Aviation Administration, it is their responsibility for the safety regulation. They're the ones that issue and enforce regulations and minimum standards covering manufacturing, operating, and maintaining aircraft, directs the safe movement in aircraft on the air and on the ground. They're also responsible for airspace and air traffic management. For the safe and efficient use of navigable airspace is one of the FAA's primary objectives. They operate a network of airport towers, air control centers, and flight services stations. They develop air traffic rules and assign the use of airspace and control aircraft. They also do a few other things. They do also have the air navigation facilities. They also have the Civil Aviation Board, Commercial Space Transportation, Research, Engineering, Development, other programs. These 2 are the ones we're primarily concerned with today. Flagler County, what's their responsibility? Well, our responsibility is to manage the airport, improve and maintain airport facilities. We have no control of where aircraft fly. We promote the voluntary measures to reduce impacts, talk about the Fly Friendly program, and coordination with the flight schools. I'm talking about the coordination with flight schools. When we go talk about VerTower, I'll go in VerTower every now and then, especially if I get a complaint aircraft flying at nighttime. So I'll go on there and actually look. We can actually see all the different operations that are happening at that time. And if I see a flight school that is doing like operating after, sometimes if they're like at 10:08 or 10:10, we're not going to call them about that. But if they're flying after 11 o'clock at night, we're going to call them up and say, why are you doing that? We already had this meeting. You agreed to abide by this. And they'll say, oh, we got some new flight school instructors, and they'll have to tell them more about, tell them more about the rules. So we do these things and look at these at VerTower to get this information. And ultimately, the pilot in command is the ultimate responsibility for the safe operation of his or her aircraft. So our grant obligations, as we talked about, that's $61 million worth of projects that we've done at the airport. That all hasn't been from airport enterprise funds. That is primarily from FAA and FDOT grants. And in those grants, there's grant assurances that we have to follow. And the FAA has 39 grant assurances. Number 22 in specific is economic non-discrimination, which means it'll make the airport available as an airport for public use on reasonable terms without unjust discrimination to all kinds, types, and classes of aeronautical activities, including commercial aeronautic activities offering services to the public at the airport. The FDOT has 24 grant assurances, which are similar to the FAA. And then also, even though that the FDOT, so they also require the airport to maintain federal funding eligibility. Now, as an airport, there's a bunch of different guidances that we go by. The main one the airport goes by is the FAA Compliance Manual, which is 5190.6 Bravo. And one of those in there talks about restrictions of touch-and-go operations. And it says a touch-and-go operation is an aircraft procedure used in flight training. It is considered as an aeronautical activity. As such, it cannot be prohibited by an airport sponsor without justification. And what does that mean without justification? That means that there is some type of issue out there that makes it unsafe for that aircraft to do a touch and go, whether it's a capacity issue or a runway length issue, something like that. Our community noise concerns, you've all seen this slide before, but primary talks about the frequency, the altitude, time of day, and location. These calls are predominantly related to the flight training activity, and the majority of these calls from the U and Z section. And these neighborhoods, as you all know, are contiguous to the airport property. Seen this one before, our noise contours. This is an old exhibit, but it is our only one that has noise contours. So if you see that boundary line to the east, that boundary line is not there anymore. We've actually bought all the property out to some of the woods. So with that action, we have our noise contours for the Flagler Executive Airport do not go off airport property. And one of the things that we talked about with having those noise abatement procedures in place, and the one I talked about that's asking the aircraft not to fly at nighttime is very important, because now that when you do a noise contour, when they count the number of operations at nighttime, those operations are 10 times the amount of a normal operation during the day. So now that we have reduced those considerably, I would almost would say when we do a noise contour again, that those noise contours have probably gotten smaller. And then FAR 91.119, minimum safe altitudes. And this is important because, again, we talk about people in the community talking about asking aircraft to do things that we just are not allowed to ask them to do because it's preempted by this federal aviation regulation. And the first one's very important. Except when necessary for takeoff or landing, no person may operate an aircraft below the following altitudes. Anywhere, an altitude allowing, if a power unit fails, an emergency landing without undue hazard to persons or property or surface. Over congested areas, what is congested areas? Cities, residents, things of that nature. Over any congested area, city, town, or settlement, or over any open air assembly of persons, an altitude of 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle within a horizontal radius of 2,000 feet. And congested areas would be an altitude 500 feet above surface, except over open water, sparsely populated areas. In these cases, the aircraft may be operated closer to 500 feet to any person, vessel, vehicle, or structure. And think about the helicopters, but we're not really having an issue with helicopters. Noise regulatory framework. Who can regulate airport noise? Again, Federal Aviation Administration, they control aircraft while in flight. They're responsible for controlling noise at the source. When I say that, in the beginning we talked about, FAA is responsible for approving all the types of aircraft and their engines, and they certify aircraft and pilots. The airport sponsor, which is us, very limited authority to adopt local restrictions, and they're responsible for capital improvement projects and infrastructure. Now, this is an important one here. Local governments promote compatible land use through zoning, require real estate disclosure, and mandate sound insulation building materials. So these are the things that the city around us, City of Palm Coast, City of Bunnell, these are things that they could implement if they so wish to help bring with the noise levels. And then finally, so with this, on March 17, 2020, I did submit a letter to the FAA requesting a Part 114, Part 150 noise study. Do you want me to read that, or do you just rather read it yourself?
We got it.
What's that?
We got it.
You got it? Okay.
That's the bottom line. That's the conclusion. There's,
The conclusion, right. So the conclusion, therefore, we do not believe new noise contours would illustrate any new incompatible land uses. So it's not the fact that we didn't ask, the fact that they say no, they won't participate in it. And a Part 150 noise study costs about anywhere between $500,000 to $600,000. And it would be, and that's why they don't want to spend the money, because they do not think that our noise contours go off airport property. But I know I've talked to a couple of the commissioners outside of here. We've talked about, next couple of years, in 2025, we're looking to do an airport master plan. And in that master plan, that we will put update the noise contours at that time. Then also, there was two citizens that did call the FAA, Ms. Weiss and Ms. Puglisi. They actually met with an airworthiness inspector from the Flight Standard District Office at Phoenix City Aviation at our airport. He met with them, and his conclusion was that they are not doing anything wrong, the airport's not doing anything wrong, so therefore, case closed. But then Ms. Weiss, she contacted higher ups at FAA, and then she did receive a letter back from the FAA. And do you would like me to read that, or it's a piece of it? So it says, your residence is approximately 0.58 miles southeast of Finn and under the final approach course of runway 6, the departure course for runway 24, and the airport's traffic pattern. Arrival aircraft operating under visual flight rules and those utilizing the area navigation approach to runway 6 will typically be in altitudes around 300 feet in your area. Due to your home's proximity to Finn and direct alignment with runway 64, noise from aircraft in your area is unavoidable. So, Commissioners, what I'm hoping about today is we showed you, we have not taken this lightly, but we've talked to people, been working with people. But what I want to take you, I hope you understand from this presentation that we do work hard to ensure an airport is safe for its users and for the surrounding community, both residential and businesses. We have invested dollars and efforts in minimizing the potential interference of airport operations and noise and are continuing to do so. As opportunities arise to improve our methods, please be confident we will pursue them with our means and our authority. Do you have any questions?
anybody have any questions for Mr. Seeger?
No.
The only comment I had you already touched on, and that is part of your progression of studies. The master plan is due for that renewal, so I think in 2025. So I'm sure this coming year you'll start to lay the groundwork for that master plan study.
Correct.
And those typically, as with the comp plan and everything else, have public participation as part of the process. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Chairman, just
Yes.
want to say congratulations on the hangars that we opened up the other day.
Thank you.
Additional revenue coming into the airport, and they were, nice job. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right.
I understand that the hangars are full already.
Correct. They will be full. We have people ready to go in.
Yep. Good.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, at this time, we'll open up for community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period. It's been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Community outreach public comment is now open if you'd like to approach
Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you for this opportunity. My name's Jack Webb. I live at Bulow RV Resort, lot 393. I was here last month, and I just want to kind of keep this issue before you. To refresh your memories, is the reason I'm here. In 2005, our Bulow built 10 homes around the pond. Although this is a campground, these are unique in that it's almost like a showpiece as you enter the campground. These are 10 park models. When Bulow built these, they added a screen porch and either a carport, a garage, or a utility room, but it would cover one half of the building. I bought mine the year after these were built in February of 2006. Now in 2007, codes were entered here in the county stating that you weren't allowed to attach porches and so forth to this type of structure. Of course, we had already lived there for a year when that happened. These codes went unenforced for 16 years. And then last October of 22, code enforcement came out, and because of a dispute between two people in the park, code enforcement ended up writing violations for approximately 55 units there. And what's being requested of us now, dictated to us, is that we tear down the porches and the carports and so forth. In other words, strip half of our homes away. You can imagine what that's going to do to the value and also just to the looks of the structure. When we talk to legal here, we get one story. When we talk to Bulow, we get another story. We're trying to get those parties together to talk so we can find the truth in all of this. And so I just wanted to bring this before the board, and hopefully that something can be done here to help us find some sort of solution to this problem that's equitable to everyone. Thank you.
Do you have a street address?
It's 3345 Old Kings Road South, number
Okay,
3.
so you don't have a street address within the
No,
park?
all of our mail goes to the front office. And
Okay.
it's
I know there are
dispensary.
some, last time we had some people on Cardinal and different,
Yeah,
Okay.
some people use the Cardinal Lane, some use just the master address.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Brother Chair. Daisy Henry, I live at 503 East Drain Street in Bunnell. And on the consent agenda, item 7, and I see where you're going to sign the contract between the different entities about the Carver gym.
Correct.
And I've been before you before on this matter. And my last letter I sent to you, and I was stating that we are to the heads in high places. We have to remember that for make a decision for people, we got to look at for all peoples. And then I brought this before you in April 2023 about the grant, how Pal misled the Hammett Dunes about the grant, and also brought before you the paper where Mr. Eric Josie had come before you about the ILA. And we have ILA been revised about 25 times. And to me, it's still not right. And as I said, I come before you before asking what was our role, and we still haven't had any answers. And so I'm asking on December the 12th, I sent out another letter, this last letter that I sent to I sent to all the heads of the department, the county, the city, and the school board, and to look back over this ILA and look at for what it is. He was asking a question, take it to the state state attorney, whatever, for some information, and your lawyer looked over it, whatever, and it said it was all right. But I'm just saying, it's something about it. That's why are you rewriting an ILA if nothing is wrong? And it's not really pleasing, even though things come up and you're back sometime in a corner, and you have to say, because you sit on board where you don't have any say. That's what I was told, that because I wouldn't put no money in, that I didn't have any say in the function of the gym. And so these kind of questions I was asking and still haven't got any answers about it. So look back over the ILA before you sign it to make sure that you are doing the pleasing of the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public speakers?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Richard Hamilton. I'm a resident of Island Estates in the county. I watched your workshop earlier today instead of coming all the way over here. I commend your dedication and desire to balance all the competing interests of more investment in assets and deferred maintenance while still controlling the taxes. Not an easy job when you've got citizens like myself coming in front of you asking for more particular things. My particular interest is in the trails section of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. If you were considering pulling it, I could defer my comments, but otherwise I'll continue.
I would continue. Okay. We haven't got to that point yet.
All right. I respect the work done by the consultants and the detailed files and data they provided to the staff, but I'm not very impressed with the trails section of the plan itself. It emphasizes the importance of trails for hiking and biking and walking around the community, but it provides little support detail to what the priorities are to fill in the gaps and extensions on the trail system. So I think that's going to need a lot further work. I'm not saying you don't approve the plan, but that definitely is going to need more work, and I'm going to be part of that effort. It offers, for example, the A1A trail on Flagler Beach, which used to be a showcase trail 20 years ago in the community, is now the lowest rated trail in our trail system because of various issues. So that, to me, is a very high priority for us to get something done. I also noted that its conversion of ratings of particular parks to priorities is somewhat murky and unclear. You know, a park may get 10 points, but not need much done to it. A park may get 50 points and need a lot done to it. We're going to follow up on that, for example, at Bing's Landing when we start looking at the park plan for that. I also understand that perhaps for some of those parks, you might want to consider a citizen committee, such as the state parks have their Friends of Washington Oaks, Friends of Tomoka Basin. That may be something to help with some of our major parks. I understand the importance of recreational facilities, and it was good at the Palm Coast meeting to see the kids talking about the software and trails. I see nothing in the plan, however, about the school system. I thought we used to have an interlocal agreement between the schools and the parks and the counties for the cross-use of facilities, so that's missing. I could go on. I will at a future time, but for now, just let me wish you a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and a prosperous New Year.
Thank you, sir. Back to you.
Hi, y'all. My name's Glenn Gainsborough. You've gotten all my emails, and I feel like when we're on a first name basis with more and more county people, Scott and Chuck and Adam and Heidi and y'all. I'm from Bulow, from the RV resort, and just want to say I'm retired. I was in upstate New York. I got messages from neighbors that I'd better get home because we're getting eviction notices. I couldn't believe it, but we did rush down from New York to back to Bulow, and lo and behold, that's what was happening. So there's a bunch of us, as Jack mentioned, that have these permanent park models. These are not RV trailers. They can't be moved in case of a storm. They're not readily movable. They are just like every other mobile home in many mobile home parks around the country and around Florida. These are permanent structures, and we're not going to move them. We're not going to cut them in half. We've gone through all the emotions: anger, disbelief, resentment, all the things that you go through when you get faced with a rough situation. I've come to the conclusion, I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I don't think the county is plotting against us. I don't think Bulow is plotting against us. I wish we could all get in one room and lay our cards on the table and talk sensibly. I think Heidi is trying to do that, and hopefully we can do that. Whether we're there or not, I'd like to be there as a representative, but we're not the important factor here. You guys have to work it out. But at any rate, I've come to the conclusion that I've studied up on this and got more legal knowledge than I ever wanted to get. You guys have got to work it out, and we're the innocent people stuck in the middle, but we're not taking our homes apart, and we're not going to comply as such with what those violations state. So how it ends up, I don't know, but as the gentleman said, God bless you and Merry Christmas, and we'll do the best we can. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thomas Hudson, 140 Haversham, Flagler Beach, unincorporated. I apologize for my voice. I had my speech all laid out during the workshop, didn't get through. I listened to your attorney over here, and he kind of threw me a ringer. I want to state tonight that I am not against the Sheriff's Powell in the Carver gym or using it, or any other nonprofit using the Carver gym. What I am against is the county giving another partial of our property, county property way, to another entity to run. If you read this interlocal that's as written, you're giving control to the Sheriff's Department, the sheriff, and the school board. The county's already paying the school board $97,500 plus for the use of that building. On top of it, you have a funny math where you have income coming in, revenue of 132, but you have expenses of 166,999, a $30,000 deficit. It's just hard to believe that if you read that document, that the other three entities are only paying $25,000 towards that facility. What you're doing, you're getting yourself, the county, into another Captain's Barbecue, where you start out small, and you're going to end up large. There's nothing in there where you control anything once this agreement is signed. You've given that away. If somebody comes in and wants a complaint, or there's no grievance procedure for that coming to the county, it's a county facility, you're giving that out to the school board and to the sheriff. And I implore you to reject this thing that's written. You heard Ms. Henry talk. I listened to the attorney, and the other presenter didn't know anything about the email. I've tried to find it. I don't know what was sent to you people. He said there was an email sent out on the 14th, something that the school board was having a problem with on this agreement. Again, all of the stakeholders were not a party to this negotiations. I think you should take a step back, take a look at it, and reject it, And if you're going to do it, at least have it in the sunshine so all the stakeholders can take a part to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment on the consent items or anything not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. At this time, are there any comments from the board members on certain consent items that you want to highlight? Commissioner Hanson?
Just the purchase of the new ambulances. I think I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that.
You would like somebody to come explain?
Yeah.
Ms. Petito, is there anybody available to speak to the ambulances?
I'm sure that either myself or somebody from finance or purchasing, somebody could explain. I'm not sure what the question is.
Just the financing of it. Where's the money coming from?
What item number is that, so I can pull it up?
It's K and L.
So both of these items, K and L, were previous purchases. This is a ratification of a purchase that had been made. The K specifically is for 2021. We had ordered equipment, and due to the timing of when we could take delivery of it, it's now 2023. We took delivery of something we ordered 2 years ago in 2021. When you look at the way our purchasing policy reads, we're bringing this back as a ratification only out of side of caution. When this item was presented to the board, it was part of your 2021 budget. The purchase was made using a procurement, a piggyback off of a contract. Now we're taking delivery 2 years later because that's how long it took to actually get the equipment. And out of extreme caution, we're bringing it back to the board to ratify. If you look at our purchasing policy, it's a little confusing with regard to procurement and piggybacking, which says that the board does not have to reapprove, but then when you read the section that talks about the threshold of the $50,000, anything in excess of $50,000, it states it goes in front of the board. It's a piece that we're working on clarifying within our purchasing procurement policies. So that's why you see a lot of them on here tonight, 7K, 7L. I believe there was the one that was added also for 7S. They're all ratifications of contracts that had been previously done, and Robert can probably speak a little bit more about this.
Hi, Robert. I have one question, same thing.
Oh, well, hold on. Commissioner Sullivan has
Yeah,
a
just as long
question
as if
too.
we're going to get an explanation. The only thing I think I understand now. My question was going to be, why are we buying a gas-powered ambulance and then we're buying 3 diesels for future maintenance and all that? It would seem to me to be consistent, either go all gas or all diesel. But now I understand because of the.
At the time, it was availability of what was out there on the market that we could buy. All of these were included in the budget. They've all been, the money's already been there. It was a cash carry forward where the money was allocated in those fiscal years. We did not take delivery of them until now. 7K came in, I believe it was a month or 2 ago, so we need to pay them for that asset. And 7L, which is the 3, I believe we anticipate receiving them in the next month or 2. And we want to bring this before you and not have a vendor waiting for payment.
Okay, I
All
got it.
set?
Understand. Yep, thank you
You're
very
good,
much.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Nope.
Commissioner Pennington? Commissioner Sullivan?
Just a couple of comments on items 7, C, and D. I like, since we've been talking about appointments to boards and all that quite a bit in the last 2 or 3 months, I was just wondering if any of the people who were mentioned here in the comments to be put on the 2 boards involved are here, just so we can introduce them. If they're not here, I have no further questions, but I just thought it'd be nice to introduce them if we can.
We have one in the back. If you wanted to come up and just state your name. Advisory, I think it's advisory, right? The portable housing?
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Chair. My name is Nicole Graves. I'm with the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. I applied to the board under Essential Services.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for volunteering. A couple more.
Yes, sir.
On item 7G, I think this is a pretty big deal with the Florida State Guard and the new facility that's going to be out at the jail area. So I thought maybe at some point we could have a little background on that. Again, I'm not pulling it or anything. I just thought it'd be interesting for the public to hear a little bit about what we have coming there on that one. And then on that's okay.
We have representatives from the from the State Guard, so if you want to just come up and introduce yourselves and add a little bit about to the discussion on the investment that's coming to town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. I am Mark Theme. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida State Guard. And so I thank you, sir, and commissioners for welcoming my team here tonight and providing just an opportunity to express what this means to the Florida State Guard. I'm very enthusiastic about the opportunity that this investment, these facilities represent to be able to train alongside Flagler County's emergency management and first responder professionals. We're very excited about what this consent agenda presents to us in terms of our future. I think that just as the recent storm preparation showed, and with any of our storm preparations as evidenced over the past couple of years, the opportunity for our State Guard soldiers to train alongside, learn with, and integrate with emergency management professionals, with public safety professionals, that should the need arise for an emergency, to be able to operate together starts first with the seeds of training together. And that's what this multi-use facility represents to my team, and I'm thankful for the board's consideration of this proposal.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks, sir.
And I would like to, well, we're not doing polling right now, right?
We'll do that next.
And then the other one was for explanation. I think it's another progressive thing. A good thing is item 7R, just a little quick, a couple minutes on the new men's facility that we're talking about approving a letter of intent on. That's the item 7R, approval of letter of intent, an agreement governing fixed capital outlay grants and aids between the State of Florida Department of Children and Families and Flagler County, construction of an integrated stabilization unit and a men's residential treatment facility. I think that's pretty significant installation that we're talking about there. Maybe just a little bit of background on that and timing, so on.
Ms. Petita, did you want to speak to the benefits and to the services that that's going to provide?
I can certainly try. As you know, 7R, the request for the letter of intent and the memorandum of understanding, this came to us via legislative appropriation of $10 million that we were successful in receiving. And this is to create a crisis stabilization unit and a men's residential treatment facility. This is a public-private partnership where we are working with SMA Healthcare to create a facility out off of Justice Lane. It'll finish off their campus. Currently, we have a women's residential unit out there. This will complete the services being provided in Flagler. The money does come down through the state of Florida as a legislative appropriation. It runs through DCF, or Division of Children and Families. DCF is the one who is requesting this letter of intent and MOU or MOA.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking forward to that improvement in our ability to take care of people.
Anything else? All right, Commissioner O'Brien, anything you wanted to highlight? No. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and move to consent items. Anybody need an item pulled for detailed discussion? Commissioner O'Brien? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes. 7I, the ILA, interlocal agreement between the Flagler County and the other entities.
Okay, great. Commissioner Pennington? No. Commissioner Hanson?
I have none.
Okay, so we will move.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7I.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson for approval, Commissioner O'Brien for second. All those in favor of consent, with the exception of 7I, signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We will move 7I, the end of consent, and have a separate discussion. Mr. Salinas.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners.
I would just say there's been, right, it sounds like some confusion still in the public that we need to clear up. That's the way I'm getting things. So if you could, you've heard the public comment from before. Let's highlight the things that we discussed before, but let's clarify those.
I'll go over the timeline again because that kind of explains how we got here and makes it a little bit clear for the folks that were not part of it. So late spring 2023, the school board started to work on an ILA, and we had a staff member from the Board of County Commissioners side, Mike Lagacy. That was around June timeframe. Then on June 27th, the school board invited Heidi, myself, Chief Williams was there, then interim superintendent Moore was there, and we started to talk about updating the ILA. The next day, June 28th, the school board came to the administrative offices asking or recommending that the board side manage and lead the efforts of updating the ILA. That's how it came to us, because it was initially worked out through the school board. Heidi said, yes, we can work on that, and we started to work on that process. So during that time, then on August 14, we had the board staff and the school staff, and then the sheriff's office work on an initial draft of this document, just to get it up to speed and be able to present it to the George Washington Carver Community Center board on August 17th. During that time, we sent the document over. Apparently, there was a confusion on which document was presented to the board, so I think the incorrect document was presented to the board. Later on, it was corrected that we were having a lot of confusion during that meeting. What was decided was that we needed to put a group together, a broader group together, to work on this ILA. And the George Washington Carver Community Center Advisory Board appointed Mr. Ragsdale to represent that board and our team. So we formed an ILA working group. From the board side, Heidi, myself, and Sean were representing the board in this working team. From the school side, Mr. Friedman and Joshua Walker, and also Superintendent Moore came to one or two meetings as well. From the sheriff's side, Chief Williams and Deputy Erlinson were part of the ILA working team. And then from the city of Bunnell, we had Chief Brannon participate. So that's the four entities. And then the person that was assigned by the George Washington Carver Community Advisory Board was Mr. Ragsdale, and he attended all the meetings as well. We later also added Mr. Joycey, which was in the original meeting that we had with the advisory board. He was sitting as part of the audience. We decided to invite somebody from the audience to participate with us, and that's how we got the ILA team formed together. During that time, we met multiple times, and also some of the members of the ILA working team had subgroup meetings. Like, for example, the sheriff's office team worked with the school board team on hashing out some of the detail items like space and how would they schedule programs. So that work was done offline and later brought to us, and we incorporated this as an attachment. So on November 13, we finalized and had the final draft, which is the stamp date that you have at the footer of the ILA that you have before you. It says November 13, version 1.4. That's how many versions we worked through since that document was handed to us. The intent was that on the November 27th at 10 a.m., the George Washington Carver Community Center Advisory Board was having a meeting to review this document, among other things. We got the following meeting that we met as a ILA working board, which was November 29th, 2 days after that meeting. Mr. Ragsdale informed us that the George Washington Community Center Advisory Board had given their support of approval for the ILA to move forward. That's the information we got during that meeting. I asked the people that were present if I have their support to start moving this forward to the respective boards. The answer was yes. That was on the meeting that we had on November 29th. So we make sure that we're using the same document, which is stamped with the November 13th date, version 1.4. And that was the document that we were supposed to take to our respective boards with the intent to get it approved by the end of December and have it in place by January. So that's kind of the timeline. Then on Friday, December 15, at 3:17 p.m., I received an email from the school board saying that there were some changes they wanted to incorporate on the ILA. I responded the same day, December 15 at 4:19. This is, we already talked through this process. We have a process in place. It was approved by the George Washington Community Center Advisory Board. And taking this and making changes and presenting something different to our respective boards just kind of violates the integrity of this process. We've been through many meetings and we got to this point. So this is a document that we should be presenting to our boards and let the boards make a decision whether they want to make a change, they want to approve it or not. But we can't change the document that was approved by them and was also reviewed by us and was decided this is the document we're moving forward. That's the summary.
And there was a comment made about bringing in somebody to manage. The school district has always managed the activities that have been going on inside the Carver gym.
That is my understanding. The part that we were talking about is the school continued to manage the educational pieces of it. The sheriff, through PAL, was going to bring additional sports to the community. And they had, like the sheriff's staff and the school board staff came to us with a diagram of what spaces were going to be used. They agreed upon spaces to be used, and they brought it, and we incorporated that in the attachment.
I believe earlier, the sheriff's here, he may talk about it. The benefits of what PAL also is bringing to the table is in their fundraising capabilities and other things.
That is correct.
Did anybody have any questions? I know we workshopped this earlier.
The workshop, I just want to make sure.
No, absolutely. It's okay. I think there was, at least I heard in some of the public comments, some misconceptions or some things that didn't align with what we've been doing and what we were presenting. So it's good that we pulled it, be able to have more public comment and talk through these. Anything else? Nothing? No. Okay.
Okay.
At this time, I'll open it up for public comment. If there was anybody in the audience that wanted to address the public on this item.
Hello, I'm Miss Angela, and I'm referencing item 7C, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
That's not this item. We're talking on right now on the Carver Center.
Okay, so that will be.
That'll come. Thank you. That's okay.
At time with the governance board, and to the ILS being changed. And from day one, when I took over after Commissioner Etchison left, we didn't really have any say of what went on. And I was told, as I come on board as a chair, that only the county commissioners were supposed to be in chair this board. And I told this person, I said, well, you forgot about parliamentary procedures because the vice chair moved up after the chair steps down. So I've had a lot of headaches about this thing. And so, and yet this time you were supposed to come on board, Brother Chair. And they say you was new at the board. And I said I was too. And so even at that, as the chair of the governance board, when the question was called by Mr. Ragsdale to accept this ILA, in my position with who's on the board, I I could have rescinded, and I have sent y'all a letter that I repented before God, because I'm not going to sit to the table with the devil. And everything so far is being done underhanded, and we are not getting all the information. We're getting it secondhand, whatever. And when I come to you with some proposal, you haven't looked into it, and a lot of information I've fed to you, you're still not looking into it. And I don't care what you're saying, even if the sheriff got his dues, if the payout coming in the wrong way, your hands are still dirty, because you are partaking in what is done because it's not done right. And there's no more you sitting here trying to bury your head in the sand and not do the right thing about the Carver gym. Art has been lying from day one, and how he received again. What he gonna do all the money he got from the Hammock Dune? And I was told that he didn't have to put no money in there. The sheriff was supposed to put $10,000, and when Fleming was there, how he gonna put $10,000 in now? And at the time when Fleming there, he didn't put $5,000 in. So there's nothing in writing that we can put our teeth in as saying that all this stuff is going to go forth. A lot of things has been misscrewed. You need to, like I said, get down to the root matter, cause of this thing, and iron it out so we can have some understanding. Y'all don't seem to be listening. You don't seem to be listening. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the Carver? Separate, though. We opened it back up.
Tom Hudson, 140 Habersham, Flagler Beach, unincorporated. I'll be very short. I just ask you to table this. Don't vote on it tonight. You need Ms. Henry and those stakeholders that actually use Carver Gym. They need to participate in this. That's their gym, that's their neighborhood down there. You know, they need to have some say in. You know, from all the indications, it wasn't this meeting. If it's a government body, which it apparently was, the sheriff, the school board, and the county, or government body, should have been in the sunshine. Somehow the Police Athletic League is a 501c3, is a private entity, couldn't be in, but they were part of it, but your stakeholders were not. And there's too much confusion in the neighborhood, so I would, again, ask you to either table it or just dismiss it all totally and have it redone with the right stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Staley.
Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioners. A lot of community misinformation out there, whether purposely or not, I don't know. Here's what I can tell you. We don't want to take over the Carver Gym. We want to be a partner. We don't want to have it a sheriff substation, which I've heard. What we want to do is provide youth sports for kids to improve their opportunity to not go down the wrong path and not end up in my hotel, the Green Roof Inn. That's what we're trying to do. As you've heard from your Deputy County Administrator, there have been a lot of meetings on this. And the reason there have been so many iterations of the ILA is because we all worked together and listened and came up with the one that all the parties agreed to, whether they want to agree to it now or not. That's what they said. Chief Williams was my point person on that, and he might be able to provide a little more insight. But all we want to do is provide the kids. In that agreement, the sheriff's office commits $10,000 annually to the Carver Center, and the fundraising that PAL did. PAL, the employees work for me. Sheriff's PAL is a 501c3 because that's how you get donations. It's tax deductible. And thanks to the partnership with Hammock Dunes, we raised over $100,000. That's committed to providing programs for these kids in at Carver.
And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Williams.
Good evening, Board. Chief Williams, Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Just to reiterate what the sheriff said and to try to clarify some of the confusion, the reason we are at 1.4 is, like the sheriff said, we'd had many conversations about this and many meetings about this. The public, the community at large, everyone was invited to offer their feedback, and the agreement that was presented in November was the final agreement that was agreed upon by all involved parties. We coordinated with the county, with the city of Bunnell, and with the Flagler County Schools to come up with what was presented in November. That includes the utilization of space at the facility, as well as times of programs and additional times that will be added as a result of the sheriff's office being there, because we'll be able to extend some of the open gym times and other programs that are currently held there. So one of the phrases that was brought up during the negotiations was parity and priority. And so what we try to get everyone to understand is that we want to be on parity with the school system because of the type of programs that we are providing. We have to have a facility where we can provide a place and times. We are not like another entity that is renting the facility for their own personal use, like some of the basketball leagues that are there that actually charge fees. Our programs would be scholarshiped by the money raised by PAL and the sheriff's office, and they will go on throughout the year, open to everyone in the community, not just to the select few who can afford $100 for their kid to play or whatever the fee may be. So everyone had their say in this. There was no pulling the wool over anyone's eyes or any misconception. Anyone who's stating that now simply has heard the wrong story or has not read the proper interlocal agreement. Thank you.
And there is just section 5C does talk about a general accounting of funds that will go into the that are generated and expended for the Carver Center. So and the 501c3 as well has accounting measures to stick with. But
Mr. Chairman, let me just add, for that $10,000, that's coming from drug dealers every year. And I think that's the best place to spend the money.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, Chief Williams, did you feel that the community was represented at in some of these negotiations?
Yes, sir. By them having Mr. Eric Josie there, he was there to represent the community. A non-involved party is not a governmental entity. It doesn't work for any of the parties who were involved with the negotiations, and he represented the community.
Did Mr. Ragsdale help in that effort?
Absolutely. Mr. Ragsdale as well. Mr. Ragsdale represented the Carver Advisory Committee, but also the community at large.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And I add that the governance board, the old governance board, has been replaced with an advisory committee that actually has more teeth now than it did in the past as far as guiding and influencing programming at the center. Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Bennington?
Just to address one of the comments, Mayor, you know, that I don't know if anybody had saw this. I think Mr. Hudson brought it up that, I mean, this is not a new agreement. This has been in place for years with the city of Bunnell and stuff. And every year we go over the Carver Gym budget. Yeah. And at any time, which it talks about in this agreement, the other entities involved can increase their contributions to us. And so we can have discussions with them without having to come back through this process. And this agreement also can be terminated without cause with a year notice. So it's not a 5-year solid agreement. So we can come back if it's not working and talk about it again. And just to reiterate, school board still responsible for overall management of this facility. They are now joint with scheduling, but I doubt that they worked out all the scheduling pretty well. The school board can also continue to utilize the assistance of other partners and bring in program, including nonprofits, their private vendors. And I'm very happy to see PAL has agreed to open up and offer all their programs regardless of race, religion, or financial situation, which is very specific in this agreement. So, and the county continues to give out $162,000 in funding, including paying for the school board employee. All important things. We added a new addition there this year, so we're very committed to that center. We're just happy to bring in another partner that can offer more opportunities for the community.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Right, agree with all that. Remember, the addition was, in addition to the money that's listed in the ILA now, was over $400,000 that we put into putting the addition onto the building, which provides a little more room to do what we're doing. And it's the right time to upgrade the ILA anyway, because of the changes that went on with the building and so on and so forth. But I have one concern, Mr. Chairman, and that is, if we approve it tonight as a board, what happens with the other signatories? If one of them does not approve it, what's the process?
Well, any changes, ultimately, Sean can step in, but would have to come back to us. I mean, part of the effectiveness was all of the parties agreeing before it went out to the entities. You know, we've done our due diligence. Our attorneys reviewed it.
That's correct. It's been agreed to at the staff level. This is the first governing body or board to consider it. Obviously, if the city of Bunnell or the school board, if they wanted to make a material change, we would bring it back to you for a ratification. Someone has to be first.
Right. Commissioner O'Brien?
This is a little personal. I respect Pastor Henry very much. Have known of her and watched her leadership for many years in the community, and we need you to continue to be a leader in our community. And I'm hoping we can get past this, because I really think, from where I sit, this agreement and our relationship with and support of the gym and the whole facility is better than ever, and it's going to continue to be that, and especially with the involvement of the sheriff, and it's kind of reinvigorated, if nothing else. So I think those are all good things, and I'm hoping that over time you would come around to see that and help us with that in the community, because your leadership is important, and I hope that happens. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the interlocal agreement for the operation and management of the Carver Gym.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any final comments from the board, from the commission? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, that is it for consent. We're going to move on to general business. First item on general business is consideration of acceptance of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee's report of recommendations and consideration of approval of these recommendations.
Morning, or I guess it's kind of morning for me. I've been running around a lot today. I thought we would say we had one lady that wanted to talk about the other item. I don't know if you're here, ma'am. Or...
We'll have public comment.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So,
welcome back, sir.
I know it's been forever. I've been gone for about 2 weeks now, and you had to drag me back right here.
All right, that's right.
I'm really glad to be here. So thank you all, Chair and Vice Chair, and the rest of the commissioners. Appreciate you for being here.
Did you state your name?
My name is Neelan Joseph. If you don't know me, it's been forever since you've seen me already. I know that. So my last act as chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is to present this report to you all. I think this has been one of the most productive years that we've had with an AHAC, and that is no small part to the other members of the board that are here behind me and our staff. Devry, thank you for being here, and Joe Hegedus as well. You have an amazing team that's here that is helping deal with affordable housing within this community, and it's something that really needs to be invigorated here, because we have a dire need to increase the housing stock within our community, and it's not just a Flagler County problem or a Florida problem, it is a nationwide problem that we're dealing with. There we go. All right, so the Affordable Housing Committee is governed by Florida statutes and requires SHIP to produce this report annually by the end of the fiscal year. And we submit recommendations for things that we can do to improve affordable housing within the community. We have an interlocal agreement between Flagler County and Palm Coast, which makes us the signatories for actually publishing the report on both half, because Flagler County and Palm Coast also receive funds through SHIP. So we reviewed 12 incentives, and after reviewing those 12 incentives, we come back and make initiatives, what we believe that would help out with the county. We narrowed it down to 5, and I think that these 5 do not necessarily align with any of those 12 that we looked at, but they're going to be items that are going to help us propel Flagler and help and make sure that we have affordable housing in stock within the community. First thing that we want to do is develop a pre-application checklist for developers, informing them of affordable housing incentives. So what we've noticed is that some of our developers are vastly unaware of any of the initiatives that we have going on within the county, the tax breaks or any other funding that's available for them within the county. We've done some great work in laying out foundation for them to actually receive these benefits and incentives to create that housing stock, but I feel that they're not aware of it. So we want to make sure that there's a checklist to where the builders are getting their developing permits. They can actually see what those things are laid out before them as they're going through. We actually have something taken from St. Petersburg, and it's been included in the packet for you all to see what they've have done, and we can actually basically just copy that because it's working great over there for them. Second thing, again, we're going to steal something from St. Petersburg, but it's a develop and implement an impact statement form, which requests any changes to policies, procedures, and ordinances, regulations, or plan provisions that increase the cost of housing. We feel that, unfortunately, whenever business is going on as usual within different departments of government, that there are often times that some of the boards are left out of the loop. So what we like to do is make sure that this board is being briefed on the policies or things that change that increase affordable housing or the cost of housing as a whole. And then this will allow us to adapt and make other changes. And whenever we deliver a report by the end of the year, kind of help out with that. So those impact statements as part of the planning process will make sure that we are aware and that the county is aware of anything that is going on with the developments, that they're actually making an impact. And we are able to adjust course with that to ensure that we're not preventing the increase of stock within the community. Third, this one goes hand in hand with the last one. It is to develop a process by which any policy, procedure, ordinance, regulation, or plan provisions being considered which would impact affordable housing be brought before the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee prior to implementing such changes. Like the impact statement, what this will allow us to do is if there anything that's going to change within our policies, ordinance, procedures, it gives Affordable Housing Committee the opportunity to review it and see how it's going to impact affordable housing. And then it gives us the opportunity to provide you with some insight from the board with the community, as opposed to something happening beforehand. You sign it, and then afterwards we come back and find out that something has happened. Of course, that is two-pronged. It does take members of our committee and the staff to make sure that we're staying in line there, but we don't have a process or procedure for that already, and we would just like to formalize a process for that to make sure that we're being aware of these things that are happening. Fourth thing is review the Flagler County's purchasing manual in conjunction with the SHIPS program to develop an expedited process for the use of SHIPS fund in home rehabilitation. During a roundtable with SHIP, we came to find out that due to the way that the purchasing manual reads, there are often limitations that's preventing SHIP funds from being expended efficiently and rapidly throughout the process. So what ends up happening is that there is that the bidding process is hindering the expedition of funds because it prevents builders from actually continuously doing projects once they hit that certain threshold. And if we were able to get either some way to actually work through the purchasing manual to create a limit SHIP funds from being subject to it, it would actually allow these builders to go in and continuously do renovations and home improvements without being subject to that threshold, which makes them go through a bidding process the whole short-term period of time that they have to reply. And it's a lengthy process that a lot of builders are not open to doing. And when some of this work is, we could probably spend $1.2 million in redoing roofs throughout our community. But if we only have one builder that's wanting to do these projects, And that threshold is $75,000 that they can do before they have to become a contractor. Once they hit that $75,000, we're done and we have to find somebody else. And if nobody wants to go through the bidding process or they don't want to go through the bidding process, then we're stuck and we don't get a chance to actually use those funds. And I think that with the projects that we are trying to do, those easy things like replacing roofs should be exempt from the purchasing manuals just so we can get those projects off the ground and keep going. And of course, going back to incentive one, letting builders know and developers know about the things that are available to them. This could also help open up more builders coming into the area to actually do these types of projects for us. And then the last thing that we would like to do is have the county administrator and Palm Coast city manager or their designees attend the first quarter AHAC meeting following the adoption of the committee's recommendations in December, preferably during the February meeting, where the administrator and manager or their designees will present an implementation plan to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. What has happened in the years past is after this report is done, whether the board accepts all, some, or none of the initiatives that we are presenting, AHAC is often left in the dark as to where the process is for those that have been approved. So what we would like to do is have representative from the local governments, from the county and from Palm Coast, attend their meetings and tell us, like, hey, these are the ones that were accepted, and here is the track plan of how we are going to implement these initiatives that you have brought forth to us. This will help make sure that AHAC is being communicated with, and it also gives us the mind to actually work through the initiatives. If something was denied for whatever reason, we can work with the administrator or the manager or their designee and actually try to make up a new plan for the next year as we work through it. And I think that's all I have, unless, Deborah, did you have anything? Okay. Any questions for me?
Anybody? Yes, sir. Commissioner O'Brien.
I have a couple things. Number two is very similar to what we're doing now with our strategic plan. Anytime we have an agenda item, we track it back to the strategic plan. We talk about the funding impacts, all of that. I understand that. I have a little bit of concern, or I guess questions about number three. And where I'm coming from is I think it's good practice. And I'm just somewhat concerned about the language and boxing in, so to speak, the commission. So, I mean, the way I read it is any policy, any procedure, any ordinance, any regulation or plan that would impact affordable housing be brought before the advisory committee. So anything that staff's working on, they have to go full stop and then bring it to the committee. And if we're in number two, doing that impact statement, I'm wondering if this could be something that could tend towards mission creep or overkill from a committee standpoint. And I think about some other advisory committees that we have in the county or community without naming names. I'm not going to do that, but I sometimes worry about that, and we've experienced that. At least I felt we have. So that's a little bit of my concern there. It's the work is great. I really appreciate the hard work and the effort and the passion and enthusiasm of you and Debbie and the committee. I know there's a lot of good effort there, but I just voiced my concern there on number three.
If I may, I think that's a valid point, and what I would say is that item 5 actually kind of covers that. So whatever you want to change with that verbiage or anything like that, and however you would like to amend any of these, you're more than welcome to, and bring it back to the board. So if you have concerns about that, and I understand what those concerns are, that we can still work through those to find a happy medium for both the BOCC and AHAC.
And if I could add, and I think it's, and maybe there's some wordsmithing, but the intent being if there is a policy adopted that affects the land development code that could increase the cost of housing, that be brought to AHAC as part of their review process, just so they're made aware of policies or procedures that impact housing or the cost. So it could be wordsmithed differently, but if the intent is appropriate, just let you know.
Yeah, it wasn't an intent thing for me, more of the wordsmithing side of it, really, Mr. Chair, in terms of, again, I just worry about so who might interpret that in the future and maybe be
Right,
overkill, so.
there's no approval authority or denial. It's just, I think the intent was to be caught up to speed on those things so that as they're dealing with it, they get the same review.
And that's the way I interpreted it on number 2 in terms of
The impact statement.
yeah, the impact statement, because that's kind of the same thing, sort of, but.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Right, on number 4, the funding, the limits on, you need to come back to the board for $50,000 or more. That's a policy that we just recently established. I'm a little confused about why you couldn't come back if something's going to go over, we approve a 50,000 or more. Why would that hinder the continuation of the project? We're not, it's not limited to 50,000. It's just if you get to 50,000.
I'll step to the side and let Devery explain what we've been dealing with on this.
Good afternoon. I'm Devery Paradowski. I'm Housing Services Program Manager. With regard to the purchasing manual and as it pertains to roofing projects, that's the most challenging one, because what happens is the purchasing manual has a per year limit. So if a roofer is going to do 2 or 3 roofs, then they would exceed that limit, and we would have to bring it back to the board. So they have to go to contract. And right now, with the purchasing manual, the way that it's written is any contractor that's going to do more than one service that's going to exceed $50,000 in the year has to go to contract. And so for us, we have to put that out to bid through the purchasing process, and the roofers don't always know when it's going to be out. And the feedback that we are getting from them is it's like a 40-page document. We don't know how to do it. We're just hammer and nails guys.
Okay, but it seems to me it's more an administrative problem than, I don't want to change the board's policy on the 50,000, but it would seem to me there's some way you could write the agreement with the roofer that you'd be able to get around that one way or another. Maybe not, but if it's written in rules, right? I mean, it just seems to me there ought to be a way around that.
Commissioner, yeah, it's two-pronged, and honestly, in my personal opinion, the SHIP funds should actually be exempt from the purchasing manual to begin with, because they're not actually funds that come from, it's not part of the county's budget. This is funds that are come through SHIP for us to expend for this process, for this purpose. So we could try to figure out a way to do that, but that just takes the two parties, whether it's finance and SHIP, to actually talk together to figure out a way around it. But based upon what is written in the purchasing manual, which has been what has been deferred to us as, hey, this is the policy, this is the way you have to go. What we're really asking for in item number 4 is just for us to review that process and come to a way so we can actually formalize whatever that process is for that exemption, or however we need to do it, because we are getting hemmed up and we do have personnel that are willing to do the work, but the process that they have to go through in order to do that work is much more than they want to do. And unfortunately, then we have funds that are just sitting here when we could actually be doing work for the community.
Right, and it's not to change the policy now,
Right.
just to review.
That was my point.
Commissioner Bacon, Commissioner Hanson?
No.
I'll just add that many of these, thanks to the work of the team as the commissioner representative on AHAC, is really just an analysis of best practices, because Neelan's mentioned some of the other municipalities, and they've done a lot of legwork in trying to study ones that could apply here. And the other one, being the administrative review, the frustrating part from being on the committee is going through this process, is making you guys, us, review this, and then there's no follow-up. So it's very disheartening. A year later, you're looking at the exact same recommendations because there's been no follow-through, and they just want a little bit of teeth to have an administrator or a designee come in and sit at AHAC and put out an implementation plan. If we approve these, then they are deemed worthy for staff to spend time on.
And just for the record, we've also implemented new processes with the way we carry on our AHAC meetings that we do after action reviews for every month. So whatever the previous meeting was, we find out standings of where those things are. So AHAC is also being proactive into making sure that we are tracking the items and not just leaving it up to the board or to the county to do those things.
So
Which-
one of
thank you.
Nealon's legacies at Flagler County will be a much improved meeting process and follow through at AHAC. So thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, at this time, we'll open it up for a public comment to, on the affordable housing. So if there was some people that wanted to speak to this item, come up, state your name.
Hello, I'm Miss Angela. As a 20-year career in technical education professional, my business plan, Cell Energy LLC, because everyone can move in a positive direction, one cell at a time. The goal is to facilitate 21st century skills with our underserved students and our small business owners. And lastly, I would like to mention just two of my experiences as a career and technical education professional. At Toledo Public Schools, they successfully ran an aviation program out of Toledo Airport. At Penna Career Center, they built tiny homes as a solution for affordable housing. And the commissioners, I believe, have received my correspondence, so I hope to be a part of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the affordable housing agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. We'll need a,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee's report of recommendations.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson to approve the recommendations. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Pennington. All right. Any final questions for staff? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could, I think Miss Angela wasn't here when we did the putting her on to the committee. So I think that might be a little of a disconnect. I don't know, because she wasn't here.
The applicant.
She was the second applicant
Right.
that you approved earlier, so I don't think she was
Okay,
here
good.
for the approval piece.
Right.
Thank you for
Absolutely.
being
Thank
here.
you for being here. Okay, we'll move on to item 8B, reconsideration of waiver of Planning and Development Board homestead requirement for appointment of Heather Haywood. I'll have our attorney Sean lead this one. Has there been any follow-up from last meeting or any new correspondence on the public record issue?
No additional records. I didn't have a chance to speak with Ms. Haywood at Tuesday's Planning and Development Board meeting as she was ill, but I see she did appear here in the chamber now. As of now, though, we have the original screenshot of a couple of text messages and the Facebook messages that were sent by someone who was impersonating Commissioner Hanson. And no additional records that have come to our office.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Haywood, did you want to speak to the commission? Good evening.
Good evening. I apologize for my voice. I am Heather Haywood. I am your current vice chair of your planning and zoning department. I'm not sure why I didn't get an opportunity to speak last meeting, but I wanted to. I felt like I should have an opportunity to speak since I was the applicant of the entire situation, and I really need to clear some things up because I myself am a little confused. There is a lot of miscommunication out there being spread by one of your board members. My name has been slandered since June of this year. This woman has been given my phone number, my email address to contact me. She has said things that I wish to not repeat, but such things as I know how to use my knees, and I'm just a young little thing. I'm a volunteer for this this community. I did not get put on this board by anybody whose back pocket that I am in, as she has told almost everybody. Now, the story has changed with every single person she talks to. The story changes. We have had multiple people come in and ask for applications for my chair way before this was brought to your agenda, being told by her that there was an open seat. They also asked what it paid, so I don't know really what information has been given out. Then multiple people, well, I don't know how many, but I've heard a couple of people reached out to my current board for letters of recommendation per her recommendation. So I don't, if you can remove me at any time, I don't understand why the slander, and for somebody who's been begging everybody who will listen of how to do my job better, why I, out of 3 people who are not homesteaded, am being attacked in such a way. You will have 3 vacancies on the board because everyone is kind of over the harassment without real information, and all of us are constantly being called, wondering what's really going on. Then I tell you guys that even Mr. Hansen has Facebooked me with some personal questions. And instead of saying, I didn't message you or I didn't Facebook you, we're here tonight because Mr. Hansen would like to reconsider his waiver because I lied. So if there wasn't any malicious intent, why so defensive? I volunteer more than 80 hours to just my position because I read every packet. I compare that to the rules that I'm supposed to abide by, and I do my research. I don't want to rob my kids of that if it's not welcomed or appreciated. I have better things to do. So I am here to clear up anything, as I've done before. I've reached out to her, I've reached out to Hansen. I've never heard anything back over the last couple of weeks. But I joined this board to make a difference and to be a bigger part of our community. I am one of the many residents who believe that this can happen if we can actually get our community in a proactive state instead of a reactive state. I joined this board to help support responsible growth, and I met with each and every one of you to tell you my intentions for this board. This community seems to be a bit lost, and we have a very unique opportunity here. And it takes months to get things across, but it takes 2 weeks to get a new pickleball court. If we're not capable of collaborating as a team, how are we together supposed to move Palm Coast forward? I dedicate a lot of time and energy and passion to this place that I call home and that I have called home on record 5 years now. Being attacked because of personal matters and singled out of 3 people who supposedly have the same indifference, I don't really know what to say or how to help you, but I'm not going to fight to be a volunteer and be harassed at the same time. So you can remove me from the board at any time. Either do that or please stop spreading rumors and lies. I go on record for constantly seeking information of how to do my job. She's gone on record for the fact she does not want to expand her knowledge for her current seat, nor follow the process for her future seat that she's lined up for. And I am being told that she also isn't living by the living guidelines of her position. But I'm still confused on why I'm singled out and being harassed, and my name is being slandered as a public person of this community.
Okay, Felicia, needed to give you a moment. I think the more pressing issue at hand is a failure to follow our attorney's request for public records. So
Yes, I would also like to make point of that. I emailed in twice. I should have brought them with me. I said, absolutely, I received your email. What is my deadline? Al couldn't give me one. So then when I produced what I needed to produce within the week, and then the week later, Mr. Hansen's Facebook request, because I wasn't in town, nobody gave me a deadline despite 2 requests of asking for one. So yes, I abided by that.
Well, I read one of Mr. Hadid's letters that basically said it was as soon as possible.
Yep. And it was responded with, he already had the text messages, and I don't have Facebook on my phone. It's on my computer, and I was traveling for work.
So you have sent everything that you have?
Absolutely, sir.
And the last correspondence, Sean, that you or Al received?
I'm sorry, Chair, what is the question?
The final correspondence? Have you, did you have recent
Yes, so on
correspondence?
Tuesday, I
Has everything
emailed
been
Ms.
answered or not?
No, she just answered now. I did email her Tuesday asking, are there any more records? And there hasn't been a response until now. And we asked that because of your statements at the previous meeting. It sounded like there was a larger body of records that are out there.
Just the calls, just the text messages that were pertinent to somebody who was sitting in here during the first meeting that it was brought up. But the call, most of them were, and I don't know if I have to say who I spoke on the phone with, but from the people who hold positions in this town who brought all of this to my attention. Those have been phone calls despite the communication between my lawyer and I.
Okay. Did anybody have any questions for Ms. Haywood? Okay, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Well, I would certainly like to point out that I have never communicated with her, and she lied again because she said she's communicated with me, and she has not. So I'm concerned of having somebody of that ilk representing our planning board.
So the issue is not that there are 3 people that are not homesteaded. The issue goes back to there is a person who is homesteaded in another county. And that was the initial reason why we came to this vote, was we have a person who's not homesteaded in our county, and we did not know that, weren't aware of it, so we brought it to a vote. So it's not that we would be on a board without 3 people, or we would not have 3 people on that board. We would have, there's a person on the board that's not homesteaded in our county, and that was the initial reason it was brought forth.
Anybody else?
Nothing.
The only thing I thought we had settled the issue on the homestead, but it's come back to us. It's really, to me, it's not the issue of the homestead any longer. It's about the public records and the disclosure of the emails that just don't, to me, show the importance of respecting the public records law. So that's the issue that I have now is from what I've read. So how should we, I guess this is, again, the position is at the purview of the board, so I'll ask if there's motions for continuing Ms. Haywood on the planning board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that she be removed from the planning board.
Motion by Mr. Hanson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Pennington. Any final discussion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Public comment.
Public comment? All right, I'll open this up for public comment if anybody in the audience wishes to address the commission.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Tom Hudson. I live at 140 Habersham, Flagler Beach, unincorporated. I don't know the individuals involved here. What I'm speaking here to you tonight is the question of veracity and the integrity of this board, not only for you, but for your peers that may follow you. You need to set an example. Your veracity and your integrity is at question. Should be a question of an employee of yours, and this individual happens to be one of your employees, should respond immediately. Shouldn't be a yes or no, or how many times I have to ask to get something. That didn't occur. So I would support your motion to terminate her tonight. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the commission on this item? At this time, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of the motion, which is to terminate Ms. Haywood's position on the Planning and Advisory Board, signify with A.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I hear none. Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Haywood, I personally apologize for this. I don't like the way any of this has all happened, but I think there's issues that are deep in this, and mine especially is with it's just the attitude to the public records or law, and what I perceived as the lack of importance in that, based on the back and forth. But thank you. There's really nothing else.
Able to say anything back?
At this point, we're
Okay.
all done. Thank you. At this point, we'll move on to the public hearings. This is a quasi-judicial process. The audience should refrain from clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement to avoid potential legal ramifications and possible overturning of a decision by the courts. A public hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. Time limits will be observed. Staff, 10-minute presentation. Applicant, up to 15-minute presentation. Public comment, 3 minutes per speaker. And applicant rebuttal and closing staff comments, 10 minutes each. The first item is quasi-judicial request for approval of an amendment to the Plan Unit Development Agreement and PUD Site Development Plan for the Celadine at Hunters Ridge PUD, consisting of 39 acres north of Airport Road and east of Hunters Ridge Boulevard. Mr. Mangle.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Adam Mangle, Growth Management Director. And so we've got location here of formerly known as Celadine, now known as Groveside. This is the plat that you see here. And so this one is platted. Out of the items I'm bringing forward to you, this one is the only one that is platted. And so what's being sought here, I'll go through the other maps first. So you got your future land use showing mixed use, low, consistent with DRI, Plan Unit Development. Flood Zone X, quasi-judicial.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry.
Get to it.
Yeah, Flood Zone X, and then your soils. And so no real surprises here. There are some areas of conservation that are being set aside as shown on the wetlands map that shows up here.
Adam, if I could.
Do you want to go ahead and break in?
Pause for that.
Yes, sir.
If anybody here needs to declare if they've had any quasi-judicial communications. Commissioner Hanson,
I've had none.
Commissioner Pennington.
None.
Oh, where'd Mr. Sullivan go?
Rest.
Commissioner O'Brien.
I've had none.
All right, this always happens. I should have looked around. Appreciate the nod, though. Thank you, sir.
Can you still use the I'm new excuse?
Pardon me?
Can you still use the I'm new excuse?
The what excuse?
I'm new.
Oh, no.
It's his first one.
Quasi-judicial processes are different, that's for sure. That is unique to the commission, to the council. Want to continue and then we'll.
We can.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So this ordinance was originally done back in 2017. And so that this amendment that's being sought is because of D.R. Horton's ownership. They've come in and they've looked at that lot coverage, 35% lot coverage here for us being the same as it's defined in the Land Development Code. And this development standards for Celadine was matched very closely off of what was in R1D in the zoning district that we have. And so we basically said, here's what we're adopting, R1D with these exceptions. the lot coverage is the problem. And they're not exceeding it by much, but the 35% is an issue for them. 70% overall impervious is in the agreement and still in there. So you still have impervious. So you imagine the lot coverage being a subset of the impervious. And so what this is doing more than anything else, taking out the 35% lot coverage, consistent with what we've had with other recent agreements, other PUDs within this the Ormond Station portion of the DRI. And the other thing this thing does is that this change takes the language from Celadine back in 2017 and incorporates in more recent changes that we've had, particularly about the landscape and the tree protection. And so this has that same format as what we've had before. It talks about temporary sales centers. Planning and Development Board recommended approval of this, so that while it looks on its face to be minor, it is effectively a restating of the entire PUD. Again, this one different than anything else on your agenda because this one, the plat's already in place. This works out pretty well because the plat's not changing with this. The PUD zoning is, if nothing else, to remove that 35% lot coverage requirement. 3 options for the board: approval of the amendment to the Celadine at Hunters Ridge PUD development agreement and site development plan to be known as Groveside Ormond Station. You could deny it or you could table it to a time and date certain. The applicant is present in the chambers if any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did the applicant want to address the commission on this item?
Good evening, Kimberly Buck with the Allen Engineering Group representing the applicant. I'm really here to just answer any questions. This change is really just brings the PUD development agreement in accordance with the actual PD plan exhibit that was part of the package. And as Adam stated, while we were doing this, we went ahead and updated the landscape requirements to be more consistent with the rest of the projects that we were doing within the development. So we're actually increasing like the number of trees and so forth that get planted in this subdivision. So we'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sullivan, did you, on ex parte, did you have anything to declare?
No, nothing to declare.
Okay. At this time, we'll open it for public comment. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to address this item before us? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Is there a motion on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve item 9A, quasi-judicial project number 2023100024, amendment to the planned unit development code for Celadine at Hunters Ridge.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Hanson. I heard Commissioner O'Brien's first, second by Commissioner O'Brien. Is there any final questions for staff or for the applicant? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of aye signify with aye. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing, and I'm an aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to 9B. This is also quasi-judicial, project number 202-3100026, request for approval of an amendment to the PUD site development plan for Iris at Hunters Ridge PUD. At this time, if there's anybody would declare their ex parte communications. Commissioner Hanson?
I have none.
Commissioner Pennington? Commissioner Sullivan?
None.
Commissioner O'Brien?
None.
And I have none. Mr. Mangle?
Very similar change to this one. This is the Iris development, a 2018 PUD. This one's in this area, and you'll see it here closer in the detail when I pull up the PUD site development plan. But it's just to the west of that pond along the north portion of Airport Road. Future land use, mixed use, low, planned unit development, zone X, soil showing, give us some wetlands that we see here. Remembering that the wetlands are able to be mitigated through the dedication of the conservation lands that we had as part of the set aside of the 2,000 acres that came to the county. The plat's not yet approved with this one. This does date back to that 2018. 35% lot coverage still being that problem. That's what our objective was to fix with this. And then while we were at it, we made the language comport to the current text that we have that's come through with most of the PUDs within this Ormond Station portion of the DRI. Proposed amendment also brings in those tree requirements that we talked about just a few minutes ago with the other application. Planning and Development Board did recommend approval of this application as well. With that, I'll close. Wait any questions or comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
There are others, units have this, but this can have curb and drain in the streets?
Yes, okay, yes.
Any questions for Mr. Mangle? All right, applicant, did you have anything for this one as well? Don't move too far away.
No, this is Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. I don't have any further comments.
Chair, I make a motion to approve item 9B, project number 2023-100026, the request for approval of an amendment to the planned unit development agreement for the Iris at Hunters Ridge.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Pennington and a second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any other final questions for staff, applicant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. On to 9C, again quasi judicial, project 202-309-0048, request for approval of a PUD for Brookside at Ormond Station and a portion of parcel, yeah, lots of numbers there.
This is one of the three that we had the handout for you. And so we've got Brookside, Oakside, and Ridgeside, lots of sides there. And so that we had some amendments to the PUD development agreement text came in today from Ms. Buck at 11 a.m. Provided those to you as a handout also to the clerk. So that you've had those. Hopefully you've had a little bit of an opportunity to look at those in red line format. And what those do is they do a couple of things. The formatting was needed for our ADA compliance, removing the underlining. And then what it did was it took our language that we had about the landscaping, put that into this. And then there were a couple of changes that were needed related to some of the dimensional requirements, again, consistent with what we've talked about. We had some discussion at Planning Board about this. This wasn't not anticipated, but I think hopefully your review of that, if you've had an opportunity to look at it, and again, specific with this one to Brookside, is that those are minor changes. I would classify them as Scrivener's errors for the most part. Certainly, I'm available to answer questions that you have specifically about this, and then what I can't answer, I'll refer to Kim Buck with this. Here's a location that you'll see. This is just then to the west of the Iris project we just discussed. Future land use, mixed use low, you do have that conservation that's picking up to the side. That's part of our overall conservation area planned unit development. Zone X here, not a special flood hazard area. And then we do have some soil types that are conducive for wetlands, and the wetland map certainly shows that as well. And then there's the development requirements from your text that you received today. And so that you do have here with this one, the 40, 50, and 60-foot wide lots. They're shown on that PUD site development plan that you had as part of your packet. So you have that mix that's there. Probably not much to really say here, although this one does have a lesser impervious coverage at 65%. So that instead of having the 35% lot coverage for under roof, this one's got an impervious calculation, 65%, where before we just had 70% on the previous ones. And then this is the PUD site development plan that you have as part of your packet that shows that mix or color coding there. The blue is your 40s, the yellow is your 50s, I believe, and then the greens are your 60 foots, I think I've got that right. Backwards.
No, backwards.
It's flipped on this. Kim, note to self, don't make it descending, make it ascending, so that the blues are the bigger ones. So you see those on the corners. Blues are 60s. 162 single-family detached lots. amenity center is part of this. So if you go back to this, see that area that's there? That is generally depicted on this. It will have some more specificity. If it requires them to come back, they're going to come back and have that reviewed by the board as a separate site development plan when that gets closer. That threshold for completing that amenity center is 30% build out within this subdivision itself. Temporary sales uses and model homes are included within the PUD text. Dedications are made to the HOA for now. We anticipate those to be part of the Ormond Station CDD at a later point once the CDD boundaries are enlarged to include this development. Planning and Development Board did recommend approval of this request. With that, I'll close, await any questions or comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on a second.
I'm not sure we called for ex parte on this item.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll call for ex parte communications, starting on my left, Commissioner Hanson.
I've had none.
Commissioner Pennington?
None.
None.
Commissioner O'Brien? And I've had none. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Adam, there were 2 deletions of the word easement. Was that significant? May I find them for you?
I'm seeing,
4 roadways.
I'm seeing it added there. I'm not seeing it deleted.
It said, all roadways in the site development plan to be prepared and approved shall be roadway tracks, but will be subject to a perpetual non-exclusive easement for public access.
Yeah,
And the easement was deleted.
red text is actually additional text.
That's
And so
addition.
that's added in there.
Well, the red
That's,
is
that's an add-in. I think it's
All
just a separate author that did that. Blue was distinguishing between one, red was
I
distinguishing
thought
between
red
another.
was delete.
No, yeah, we'll have a strike through for that, but that's added in there. And that's consistent with what we've had as kind of adopted plat language.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Why did we get this today?
We had our planning board meeting about a month ago, and so there was some discussion then. And I think in the meantime, you did have the holidays. I don't really have a good excuse for the paper coming in late. But Tim, how does that? Always a lot going on.
Good evening, Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering Group, representing the owners. And Adam's right, there's just a lot going on. And we've been just working with the attorney to get the language correct and just timing
Okay.
on my part.
Anybody else? It's your turn. Did you want to speak to this item?
Again, this is, I'm here to answer any questions. The owners are also here with Hunter's Ridge, and they can speak to this as well. This is a project where we are providing, one of the amenities. And so, and as Adam said, this is going to start, the amenity will be provided and built at 30% build out of this subdivision to ensure that, it does come in a timely fashion. And then this is, as he said, a mix of 40s, 50s, and 60s. So it's a good mix of different product type. And one of the things that you see in this development, which is kind of out of the norm as far as what I have seen in the past, is they have mixed the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So you don't see one product line, like whatever, half of the subdivision is 40-foot lots, and then you go over here for your 50s or over here for your 60s. They're scattered throughout to give you that sense of, something that's different within the community. And, so not everything looks the same, so to speak. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hanson.
How are you dealing with air conditioners, generators, et cetera?
That's one of the changes that we made to, excuse me, to the current PD language that we're trying to incorporate, is not to allow them within that 5-yard setback. So they either have to go in the back or the building has to be, shifted to allow for the,
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? The only thing I'll add is we hold our staff to a very tight window for getting items submitted to the agenda so that there's proper review of all items. Again, that's so we can get them on the agenda for the appropriate review time. These three, with this being put on our desks today, we've had a full workshop, and then we're entertaining our state guard folks right up until this meeting, and I've been flipping it. I won't be voting in favor because I can't review something that was placed on my desk today and be confident that I've read and caught everything. Anybody else?
Well, given that, Andy, I think it would be probably in the best interest that maybe we go with a continuation just of this for that, so that everybody has the opportunity to read. So I'll make a motion to continue 9C to the next date, time certain, so that everyone has an opportunity.
So we'll be tabling time certain to the January 8th meeting. Would that be the right way to state that, Sean?
Yes, that would preserve the public notice for us.
Okay.
So I guess we'd have to do the same thing for the other two.
This is the,
Just this one. Just this?
I think it's just this one.
What's the other?
It's, Adam
Actually,
can
it's the
clarify.
next, it's the next.
All three are
all
included,
three.
right?
may I speak to that?
Yes.
Okay, so the changes that we made to the PD agreement were changes that were requested by staff. As we discussed with Adam, the language in the landscaping there were changes that were made to be consistent with the other PDs that we're doing. The items that we added, there is absolutely nothing in those changes that really even need to be incorporated in the PD. And it could be left as originally submitted and originally what you saw in your original packet. There's nothing there that is, basically what we're doing is we're providing something that is better for the county. We're providing additional trees, additional landscaping, fixing a couple of Scrivener's errors, but they're all things that are, they're extremely minor in nature. And to continue this to the next meeting would be absolutely detrimental to this development. We have multiple closings occurring, and to postpone this for another month. And I take full responsibility for, not getting it in a week earlier. But I really ask that you reconsider and not delay this project for a couple of Scrivener's errors and for something that is a betterment to Flagler County.
Can you, okay, Commissioner Pennington?
So Adam, can you just go over, the minimum lot size is changing from 5,000 to 4,800 square feet. And the setbacks are changing. So how does that not impact the overall? Do you have that in?
The changes that were just made, those were made before. Those are consistent.
Deleted 5,000, now minimum lot size reads 4,800. That sound correct?
Yes. Yeah, Kim Booker with Booker and Associates, VA, here on behalf of the applicant. I think there's some confusion because the red line that was provided has both the Scrivener's error red line and the prior red line in it. And so it's creating an appearance that these changes were made, are the ones that were made today.
So it says deleted 5,000 for minimum lot size, new minimum lot size 4,800 square feet in section 5.3.
Right, but that wasn't changed today.
No, okay.
That was part of what was,
Right. I think there is some confusion, so just to
Right.
be, you know,
and
drop
I think
this.
that's what's really created a problem, because the most of the changes that were made today were really Scribner's errors, correcting like the name of
The
the
red.
HOA or.
The red,
Yes.
the red, the blue, right.
The blue is already there.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's just got dropped, so.
So the prior agreement didn't have the red.
Yeah, so what's added is the word detached. That the recreation amenity would be maintained by the Ormond Station HOA and/or its successors and society.
Right, it was just clarifying, because I think
Yeah.
before.
Let's go through all the
I
red.
know.
No,
So-
absolutely.
And in the roadways section, all roadways in the site development plan to be prepared and approved shall be roadway tracks, but will be subject to a perpetual, non-exclusive easement. That has been added. And then I see you've just added the correcting dates in section 5.9.
Right, because it was actually adopted in 2017.
We'll get to it. We'll go to Oakside. Well, we can go over that in the next one, but I mean, you have deleted in the low-density, single-family residential section 2.1, the word subject to available water and wastewater capacity.
That's because later on, it refers to the retail water and sewer agreement, which is what it has to meet. So, and that particular agreement states that there's water and sewer capacity.
And then we add the word easement again in 4.3.
Right, to be consistent with the others.
Yeah, in 4.4, when we discuss landscaping, you remove once reuse water is available
It's just
to
wordsmithing.
if it
Right.
becomes available.
Right,
So
because
just
it's not
Some
available.
wording.
Is there a question of that being
That was
available at one
confusing.
point?
At one point, it was, I believe, wanted, but it hasn't been available, so.
Now it will be if it
If
becomes,
it becomes
available,
available.
there'll be no new irrigation wells shall be allowed. Okay.
And then again, the date of execution of the
Someone's asked the
retail
question,
agreement.
is it correct, 70%, is that the correct number for maximum impervious lot coverage? It's red, but it just asks, is that correct?
Yes, that was my note that should come out.
Okay. We're gonna get there. 5.8, you've added the dates of the time. And then we move on to the, let's see. 2.1, again, subject to the available waste water and water capacity, which was in the previous. And then you've changed the name to the East Florida Inc. instead of, you've added.
We
right?
deleted East Florida and it's Ormond Station instead.
All right, so now we're on 2.5, age restriction. The subdivision will be age restricted to 55 and older. Is that correct? It asks.
Yeah, correct.
So it's a 55, okay.
That's it.
Okay, bear with us. Then we're at 4.3. It looks like here, it looks like ownership and maintenance responsibility for all roadways within the property lie within the Ormond Station Homeowners Association, or, this was at, right?
Right.
Or the Ormond Station Community Development District upon annexation of the property therein.
Right, okay. So
And then you've added the word easement. Bear with us, folks. Then I can see at 5.8, you've added the dates, the proper date. And we're all maps from there, so.
That's it.
Those are the additions. So
That's
the
good, because there was
blue-
confusion. The blue and
Yeah,
the
the
red was
blue and
not
the
made
red.
clear.
Suddenly there were 2 trees to 1 tree to 48 to 5,000. And so
Props
I
to
would,
you, Ms. Commissioner
I will
Pennington, for
withdraw
doing
my
that.
motion.
Okay,
To continue.
thank you.
Work through it.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve 9C, Project 2023090048, approval of a PUD plan for Brookside at Ormond Station.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Hanson for approval and seconded by Commissioner O'Brien. Any final questions for staff or applicant? Public comment on this item, 9C? Seeing no public comment, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission. We have a motion and a second Call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. On to 9D, quasi judicial, project 202-309-0054, request for approval of a PUD site development plan for Oakside at Ormond Station. This is quasi judicial. Is there in any ex parte communications? Commissioner Hanson?
I have none.
Commissioner Pennington?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Sullivan, none. Commissioner O'Brien, none. Okay. I think I did that one flawlessly.
A plus.
I would add, well done.
We're going to give Jorge flashcards next time. Cues.
Location of the subject property, you'll see there just south of Strickland Road, and then Ridgeside, the next application, just to the south of this one. These are both on that east side of the FPL power line that runs north to south through the property. And you can see that on the right-hand side, the right boundary is the county line. So you've got the mixed-use low, correction, oh, goodness, ran right through it. PUD zoning in place, Zone X area of minimal flooding, and then our soil types, no surprises there, same kind of mix we see throughout. 0.8 here, those small little pockets are our depressional soils, and then we do have that presence of wetlands that are showing up on the National Wetlands Inventory. This again being presumptive, that delineation's already been done here, and they are attempting to minimize those impacts. As we mentioned, the single family and the townhome portions. You got both of these going on here. The highlight with the 70% maximum impervious lot coverage, we got that question answered. And so you've got that for the single family, 4,800 square foot maximum, a minimum lot size for the townhomes, 2,300 square foot. And then the sheet that's there is part of the PUD that's showing those single family then in that, I think safe to say in the phase 1 area, phase 2 being the townhome development that you see, north being off to your right-hand side in this graphic, the county line being along the bottom of the page, which would be your east side, south is off to your left. And so we got 59 of those single-family detached lots, 90 single-family attached townhomes. We got the temporary sales center use as model homes, again within the PUD. A description of the HOA as having ownership, maintenance, everything, till the CDD is incorporated and formed, and this is annexed into that CDD. Planning and Development Board recommended approval of this development as well. Did have some questions at the Planning Board about both Oakside and Ridgeside from the public about drainage. If you had a chance to look at the minutes, you saw that, and so that did come up. We discussed that quite a bit. We do also need to say, at least for the record, the Water Management District permitting will be in place for this when the subdivision ultimately comes back to you. I'd say that's more of a design question that will come up as part of the design drawings you'll see as part of the preliminary plat. You'll see that. We'll also get a little closer with permitting. I think at this point, the Water Management District has not issued their permit. I don't think there's any reason why they won't. But remember the mantra there, the permitting through the Water Management Districts do no harm. And so that I would venture to say, and you've heard it from me before, an engineered system is better than a non-engineered system. And so that you do have that at play here with this. But certainly that was discussed at the Planning Board for both Oakside and Ridgeside. Folks in Volusia are concerned. The residents that we have up in the area off of Boyce Lane, north of Strickland Road, are also concerned. Not necessarily about these developments specifically as much as what's happening within Hunter's Ridge itself. And so hopefully that was reflected well in the draft minutes that you had a chance to look at. With that, I'll close. Wait any questions or comments. Thank you.
Once again, this is curb and gutter, and the water's going to the retention pond.
It is, and Ms. Buck in her testimony presented to the folks that were most interested on that Volusia side to the east. She stated that the stormwater will be routed to the west. And so that's one point that she made very clear. You can see that with this graphic. The two ponds are generally west. That water is going to be pushed west and then eventually make its way south.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Where in this development do the zero lot lines come into play?
They'll be in the townhome portion that you see.
Portions?
Yes, sir. It's down in the graphic you have here. It's your bottom right, which will end up being the extreme northeast corner.
C006, sheet 006.
Yes, yeah. You can see the smaller townhome lots are on the curve, and I think continuing into the roundabout, into the cul-de-sac. Remembering also, no access onto Strickland Road, Durance Lane. That was one of the changes that happened back in the 2010 amendment to the DRI development order, where before we had some discussion about potential emergency ingress, egress, some improvement requirements that were required of the developer. There's no access onto Strickland Road, Durance Lane.
Any other questions for Adam? Did the applicant want to speak to this one?
Good evening, Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering Group. So again, this is, yes, a mix of small lots, single family, detached, and then the townhome units. And this particular project was always slated for the higher intense use. And so this follows suit with the DRI. We have looked at the drainage of the overall surrounding areas. There is some of our water that currently drains towards the east. And with this development, we're basically cutting off a good portion of that by taking those lots that are abutting that property to the west or to the east and making sure that the entire lot drains into the roads that then go into our retention ponds. And when you're doing stormwater, you look at what is draining in a certain direction in the current condition. So even though not all of the property drains to the west, it gives us a number on how much we're allowed to drain to the west. And so since we don't want anything to drain to the east, what we've done is we've enlarged our retention ponds to hold extra volume to ensure that that water, we're still allowed to drain to the west, but it's still limited to what was going there before. And so the ponds are just enlarged to make sure it makes up for the difference of what was going to the east. It goes into the ponds and then discharges to the west and then down the FPL easement all the way to the Little Tomoka River. So we have tried to take care of it in that respect. I'll answer any questions.
So on this, the east, as I'm looking, is the bottom, correct?
Yes.
So that's where we're not draining. The site's not draining. The improved areas are not draining to the east. They're draining.
That is correct. The rear, all the way from the rear lot line towards the road, that is all draining to the west towards the street. We do have, getting back down to grade, outside of those lots, and then there's a buffer area in there.
So there's on the one large retention pond behind the townhomes, is that storm drain to the roadway?
Yes, the roads of
Road
the lots
is
all drain.
also draining into that retention pond.
Correct. And that overflows to the west,
Okay.
to those wetlands.
There's a lot of roofs there.
Yes,
It's a lot of not non-pervious.
yes. But when you look at the project as a whole, it's very low percentage of impervious area when you look at the amount of preservation on the project as a whole.
Any other questions? No. All right, this time I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody like to address the commission on this project? This is 9D.
Hi there, I'm George Carter. I live at 99 Carter Trail. Road's named after me. I'm the people that live out west of this, and the young man from Hunter's Ridge came out and met a few of us out on the High Line right away. That's FP&L, what's called the High Line. What the lady was saying was, no matter what, when it overflows, it's still going to drain to the west. Well, if it drains to the west, It drains on our land. Our road, with the 4 inches of rain we got, we were underwater again. Miss Bennington's been out there to see what it looks like in person. It's pretty bad. I mean, I understand the Hunter's Ridge was going to dig a ditch from pretty much from Strickland Durance, whatever you want to call it, all the way to airport on the east side of the power line right away. I've called and the county sent a gentleman out to look at it after we fixed the culvert that, by the way, none of y'all helped fix. County didn't help a bit. And I've informed him the portion of the road that's west of the High Line was underwater with 4 inches of rain. The ditch on the south side is non-existent now because it has got filled in over the years from the dirt and everything. We need a ditch on the south side redug. It's your land. We can't dig it. It needs to be dug out so the water, instead of setting in the road, it'll go into the ditch. And like I said, all the water flows east to the big canal, and all the water coming off 95 flows west into the big canal, the canal on the north side of Durance Strickland. Nobody has cleaned out the ditch on the county side, Volusia County side, because Volusia County and Ormond Beach, whoever you want to point the finger at, let the developer section off the road and didn't pay the taxes on it and just let it go on the county steps, or however you want to put it. One guy pays a penny a year in taxes just so he owns it. I have no idea what you want to do that for. But anyway, that ditch has not been dug out in over 30 years. Where all this water comes down Gruber Creek, it's not been cleaned out in over 30 years. The people live on Warren Trail, and I think some of them are here now. I've never met them. But anyway, they're flooding out too. The poor people who just bought Wayne's property, they've got a canal in front of their property now. It's about a foot or more deep because of the water has carved out in front of it. This is what they're dealing with. There's people out there. I've been out there for over 20 years. And it's not done this bad since development started. And I understand I developed my property out there. That's fine. These people want to live out there in Hunter's Ridge and everything. That's fine. I don't deny anybody wanting to own property. But I was informed I had to take care of the water on my property, and I take care of it. I asked the county to take care of their water on their property, which is the road that was given to you that you maintain every couple of weeks. You send the grader out. You know, and we appreciate the grader coming, but the grader can't come out and move water. It's designed to move dirt. And without the ditch being dug on the south side, connecting all this stuff, so it will flow east into Tomoka River and eventually out to the ocean, where it all goes sooner or later. It needs to be done before we get too far involved in these developments where you can't get in behind the houses and do this. That's where you're going to run into a problem. You're going to have all these houses being built, people putting their fence up, and next thing you know, you're going, hell, we can't get back there. I work for the power company. I know what I'm talking about when people put their fences up. They damn sure don't want you tearing them down because you're not going to fix them to their specifications and their happiness.
We'll have to ask you to finish up.
You know, we come here once a month.
I know. It's all right. We have some other speakers. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Daniel Kessler. I reside here in Flagler County. I'm also a certified general contractor. And I'm currently working with Hunter's Ridge and doing some changing in the maintenance of the retainage ponds and changing the flow. I was out there today observing the water that he was talking about by Mr. Griffin's property, Wayne Griffin, who I know personally. What we're looking at doing is the drainage ditch along the FP&L line hasn't been cleaned out in some time. We went through and identified some blockages, took that, followed that drainage ditch all the way down to where it goes into the river, and then we found a lot of tree growth and trees in an area that hasn't been maintained or cleaned. The problem is it's in a wetlands, and I have to go talk with the St. John's Water District about what it's going to take permit-wise to take these trees that are growing inside this drainage ditch. And then we've got trees that have fallen down, which is holding a lot of water back. I believe with cleaning this drainage ditch out, and we've switched to going with microbials and enzymes in the retainage ponds to eat the sludge in the ponds so they can actually function better. For many, many years of treating these ponds with chemicals and copper sulfate, and the vegetation dies, it turns into a sludge, you get algae plumes, and basically the sediment ponds start filling up. A year ago, Hunter's Ridge hired me to start doing microbials. We're lowering the phosphates and the nitrates in the ponds with microbials, and we've quit all chemical treatment. So I've already been the last year taking steps on trying to enhance the movement. Hunter's Ridge, at their last HOA meeting, approved cleaning out of and harvesting and aquatic harvesting of all the ponds and all the inlets and outlets. I believe it's 61 ponds in total that will be starting the first of the year. This is a very expensive project, and it was a unanimous vote by the board of the Hunter's Ridge. Anybody have any questions for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, does this solve this gentleman's problem? Is that the canal he's talking about? Are you going to
Well,
clear
the
that?
canal that he's talking about, if you follow it south, it has many areas of blockages. There's 2 culverts that are not flowing properly. We're talking about tearing out those culverts, putting new culverts in. And if we clean that whole entire canal, the whole entire length of Hunter's Ridge, you're going to get a lot more flow. Because we've identified today after this major rain event, and it was Jake from Hunter's Ridge, me and him were in water this deep, going everywhere and trucking in the mud to find out what we needed. We took the storm event as our best opportunity to identify. We have an awful lot of water coming from 95. And what we've noticed is the water that's coming from the west down Strickland Road or Durance Lane is gathering right in front of Wayne Griffin's property, and it can't get down the canal, so it's just flooding everywhere. One of the things we can do is we can clean the canals out, get them totally clean, and I recommend on a dye test during a storm event, and you can release 2 or 3 different types of dyes. They're environmentally friendly. They dye within 2 days of UV light, so they're totally gone. They're non-staining, and you can use different colors in different areas and see where the water goes and mix. And that will tell you a lot of your problem. If you're inundated and you use red dye on 95 and everybody's getting flooded with red dye, then you know 95 is the problem. If you do yellow dye in Hunter's Ridge or blue and everybody gets flooded with blue dye, then you know it's a Hunter's Ridge problem. Or if you keep going to the west up Strickland Road where that new culvert was put in 2 years ago that allows a lot of water to drain in, and you use a different color there, you'll be able to tell where the dominant water is because, it's dyed. And the dye doesn't affect the environment. It doesn't hurt anything. It's no different than Chicago when they dye everything green on St. Patty's Day and it disappears. That's basically what it's going to look like.
So
But it's non-staining.
So you're going to clean out that culvert, though?
Yes,
You are
it's
gonna
already
do
under
that.
contract. It's
Okay.
already in the works. It'll be the first of the year when we actually get started. Right now, we couldn't do it because the amount of water is flowing. Because actually, when we're in there cleaning it, we would actually cause more restrictions. We need to let the water go down to get in there and start pulling all the trees. And there may be some special permitting for the wetland areas where the drainage ditch is in the wetlands, and we've got 8 and 10 inch diameter trees growing in the middle of the ditch. They need to be removed to get the flow. But honestly, in my opinion, I've been doing environmental work and emergency response for 30 years. I've done some of the largest chemical spills in U.S. history and having to deal with stormwater and how to manage it. What I have seen, in my professional opinion, is that it's the blockages in this ditch. And come January, I'll be 24 years as a certified general contractor in the state of Florida.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
Commissioner
I question, so what is, you need special permits perhaps, correct? And who would that
Possibly.
typically come from?
I'll have to deal with probably most likely the St. John's Water District, talk with the DEP. I don't know if I'd have to do anything with the Army Corps on this one. These are drainage ditches. These aren't navigable waters or, yes, I end up in
And if you
Tomoka.
don't get it, the chances of the water flowing and staying off of,
I will remove all the debris, which is going to pick it up, and you'll have better flow. I just need to take the trees out so the debris gathers up against them again. If you have a tree that falls down, it dies, and it's got 2 or 3 trees holding it, it's like you have a bunch of little beaver dams that we need to clean out. And if we replace the culvert, it'd be huge. If you went to the south side of Hunter's Ridge, the flow of the water was 1/10 of the amount of water coming out of 95 trying to get in that, coming down those ditch lines. As the farther we went north, the deeper and farther out spread the water got due to the blockages. So I know just removing the blockages are going to be huge.
Any other?
no, my question is how do we, I mean, if he doesn't do it, what's the enforcement that this is done to help alleviate? Because keeping the water off Durance and Strickland areas just incredibly impervious. It's far worse than anything I've seen in this county.
Are these it's our land, we have easements over these ditches, or?
So for the extent of Strickland Road, that right away, the part was 2.5 miles that we have where our dirt road is. I think that's what Mr. Carter was talking about. That's when he made the reference to our road, our property. I think that's where he was talking about the need for a ditch on the south side there. There's nothing there. I think there is one. There's a canal on the north side, which I'm not sure if that even sits in the right of way. It might, but quick answer is we don't have any ownership or responsibility beyond Strickland Road, Durance Lane, that part that's within Flagler County that runs from the Volusia-Flagler line westward to Boyce, or to, I think it's Boyce, 40 grade shed and shed on the north side, 40 grade on the south.
Okay, so it sounds like there's maintenance that needs to be done. And it's within the Hunter's Ridge property, or is this?
I think there's some. I think you're hearing that, but my hesitation would be, almost what we're considering right now, a 40 grade easement. Much of what we're talking about is not in our jurisdiction. It's in another county, and very likely in the city of Ormond Beach.
There are no ditches or drainage on the Durance side, Volusia County, for drainage. It's only when you get into the Flagler County side that there is right up by the.
That's not.
The 95.
Yeah, you have that, and then that's Junior Strickland had the big culvert at Groover Branch.
And is this part of the drainage study that was being done? Is that looking at this by Singhofen?
Well, deja vu all over again. 2006, when Ormond Crossings was coming in, the Ormond Crossings DRI, Singhofen was doing work. A board that met, Flagler County's Board of County Commissioners that met in the courthouse. I was here, it was one of my first meetings, I think, had actually denied the Ormond Crossings DRI on the hope that we were going to have a drainage study done by Singhofen. They came in and showed that what happens there flows north, east, then south, I think is basically kind of the routing of the water. And so that I don't know if Kim can show that. She's got a graphic, I think, that probably shows some of that preliminary work from Singhofen. But that's what you'd expect also, because you have. And then the one exception that's happened since that was done was that Mr. Carter, I think, talked about it at our planning board. He mentioned it just now. There's a whole lot more water now coming off of 95. That the DOT kind of didn't do any of us a good deal. They took that there's a big box culvert that's there, and all that's coming heading off of 95, heading straight west, and then hitting that intersection, that pipe that Junior had put in. And that's a choke point. There's a lot of water coming in there.
In theory, 95's drainage should be all collected as well. There shouldn't be water directly coming off the interstate. It should be flowing to retention ponds.
DOT's fix was to take it off the interstate and put it into this ditch that I think they probably assumed somebody was taking care of, and nobody is.
Wow, so let's put a bow on this thing. What are we, now in theory,
I think there's a little bit of confusion as to.
part of the applicant, go ahead, say your name.
Hi, Jake Barron, Hunters Ridge. I think that there's a little bit of confusion as to which ditch we're talking about. There are two different ditches, and we're talking about 2 miles of road. And sort of when we're saying about opening ditches in 95 and which way the water flows, if I could throw up a graphic so that we can talk about which.
Can we?
Can I use this guy?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, just check the button on the bottom.
I'm getting hand signals from Carlos.
There it is.
Okay.
There we go. I need to move the camera over, Jake, there, or move your graphic.
Okay, so this is not. Okay, so the ditch that Dan was talking about just now is this one right here that runs along on the west side of this right here is going to be Oak side, and then you're going to have Ridge side over here. So there's a ditch here that runs all the way down to the Tomoka River. Now there's water, as you see, this is from the Singhofen report. There's water that runs along our northern edge, our northern border. This is Strickland Durance. This water runs this way. Some of it goes down south. Now, the problem is that this ditch here has been neglected for many, many years. Land management was not done. We just took this over 2 years ago, and we could not do land management because we were out of, not compliance, but we had to renew our jurisdictional wetlands with St. John's. Now we have renewed that. Now we can finally do this work to reopen said ditch. Now, there's water that I'm sure Commissioner Pennington had seen clearly flowing east from this property here across, well, now Mitch's driveway, that goes directly across into Groover Creek. Now, on the north side of the road, you have 95 that flows this way. You have Ormond Crossing that flows down south, and you have all the water from Boyce and Shed that goes down east. That all comes down the north side of this road. Hunter's Ridge comes to the south side, directly across Mitch's driveway. There's a culvert here on the north side, and we're going past that culvert. So there's a lot of water that is hitting Groover Creek all at the same time. Now, as a property owner, the only thing that I can do is reduce my impact on Groover Creek. If I was able to cut off the amount of water, even if I was to reduce it by half, by engineering the system towards the west, by opening up historic drainage ditches that are now closed, I can help. What I can't do is I can't stop 95 from going west, and I can't stop Ormond Crossing from going south, and I certainly can't stop Shed from going east. All of those things will continue to happen, but my impacts can be reduced, and that's what we're working on with St. John's through our engineering, and that's why we brought Dan on board, because this is what Dan's been doing for 30 years. So he would go in, clean out all these ditches, put in new culverts, and then when he's talking about the trees that are in the way, that is 2.3 miles from here, it's all the way down by Foxcroft Run. There are trees in the way. We're looking at opening this entire system so that eventually I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna be developer of Hunters Ridge forever. But if I can take care of this so that in 30 years from now, we're not gonna have an 8-inch tree in middle of a culvert, I think that that is something that would be tremendously beneficial to this neighborhood.
The graphic helps. It definitely
Yeah.
puts things into better perspective, so I appreciate that.
So this one makes it a lot more intense, where you bring in the Ormond Crossing study with the Hunters Ridge study. And you see all the different areas that we are currently draining to, and that there are areas that are wetlands now that are going to the east that we're going to cut off to go to the west and then south. Then you have all these areas here that are hitting here by Junior Strickland and here by Groover Creek.
So Oakside is located where?
Oakside is up here. So what we're trying to do is retain as much water as possible and push the rest into that southerly ditch.
Where does that ditch end?
So this ditch goes under Airport Road and then continues trickling through Hunter's Ridge, through 4 different culverts, and then it hits directly into the Little Tomoka River, at which point it goes out east.
So it's not going to affect this housing development.
No. That's all part of our pre-post as well. That all goes through St. John's. So I have 2 goals right now. I would like to help Durance Lane. It happens to be a private roadway. What I can do right now is reduce the amount of water that comes out. And it's obvious. You can go out there, you see where water comes out from Hunter's Ridge in that one spot. It comes across this low water crossing and into River Creek. And if we can reduce that, we can start to help. Now, the fact is that it's in Ormond Beach, but doesn't mean that I have to send water there. Now, in terms of fixing that culvert, that could be, all I can do is come up with engineering plans. It's a private roadway. I'm not allowed to do any sort of work on somebody else's land. I have looked into grants with Volusia County. And it's still something I'm looking into, but I have to do that as an individual, not as a representative of a company.
So that's an existing drainage ditch that's going south?
Drainage ditch right here that comes.
Right, but
River
you, on the
Creek.
middle of your property.
Oh, right there. So
Right.
there's 2 main drainage ditches that Hunter's Ridge will be utilizing. There's this one called Hull Creek Canal that runs sort of southeast, runs all the way down to the Little Tomoka River here. And then there's this one that is the east side of the FPL line that runs straight down. And if George can attest to the lack of management that is the FPL line currently.
So I
Not
guess
from
again,
FPL's problem. That's a landowner's problem.
we've gone meandered a lot around this approval here. So we've got a project that has is going through the design with the Water Management District. Will have to get permitted to retain all the water that's coming from their development on site. In theory, that's what your project has to do.
Not, yes.
Right.
There's a pre-post, so you could not put more water off.
Right.
My goal is to put less water off.
Right. Comments, anything else that we want to ask the applicant, staff?
No, I'm always amazed at the water. I mean, the engineers tell us that their water's going to be okay, and I'm skeptical. That's all.
And will Singhoffen's study prove what's the objective here for hiring Singhoffen?
Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering. Our goal in hiring Singhoffen is twofold. One is we are looking at doing some enhancement work in your conservation area. But the main reason is to look at the drainage of the remainder of the development within Hunter's Ridge to get an overall understanding of how everything drains and make sure that it continues to work the way it's supposed to. And if we have to make any revisions or changes, we can take care of that while we're under development. We do have the plan that you see before you here. This is a composite from Singhoffen. I only had a PDF, but this is a composite between the study that they're doing for us as well as the study that they did for Ormond Crossing. So I tried to take the 2 studies and combine them. They are gathering a couple more pieces of information, and hopefully we'll have the complete analysis to us within the next couple weeks. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
And then also, as Kim just pointed out, right now, today, we're here for a zoning. As we go through our final plat process, we will be meeting all of the design criteria. We'll meet the water management district as well as meet our core permits and, and the county's permits for drainage.
That's true. Well, this is just on the zoning portion, so there's no construction drawings yet.
Right.
You'll have Singhofen. Well, what's the timeline for that, do you think?
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm hoping that they'll have their final product to us in a couple weeks.
Okay, so you'll be able to incorporate that into when it comes back for preliminary plat.
That is our firm wish.
Okay. I'm okay.
And then I would add that in the meantime, that we have maybe staff go out and take a look, see what we can do to alleviate, even if we don't have the manpower fund, whatever it is, come back and let us know to address Mr. Carter's concerns on our land and our ditches, just to let us know what you think needs to be done there so we can figure out. At least that's my feeling on it. What can Flagler County do as well in this area?
Just to let you know, we have gone out there and taken a look, and largely the issue is not in Flagler County. It's in Volusia, where we don't have ownership of the property. It is not in government ownership, it's private property. We did identify the area that we were looking at, and it is part of a privately held section. I think it was a development that was to happen. I thought it was on the north side of that road, but we are continuing to look at it and evaluate it. The culvert, the issue with the culvert that had blown out or washed out was again on private property. It's our understanding that previously to the current ownership, Junior Strickland had maintained this, and it's been neglected now for a number of years. But it's not in Flagler, it's actually in Volusia County.
Yeah, it's a very confusing situation there, but I certainly don't want to contribute to adding water onto these folks.
Right, well, we can discuss at the end
Yeah.
some additional directions for staff out in this area, but
Okay. That'd be
for this one, this is for the PUD
Yep.
rezoning and site development plan, so not for the preliminary plat yet.
Right, and we'll see back their study and their,
The study will
Right.
accompany the next. Okay.
okay.
Did I open up? We had to open up for public comment. Any last public comment? 90.
My name is Jeff Anderson. I live on, I live on Boyce Lane, ahead of George, before you get to George. We moved in 12 years ago, and in the last 2 years, the water on our land has increased by 50%. Every time it rains, like this last rain that he's talking about, the water has come back up to our place, even on Boyce Lane, and flooded our property. Around the corner of Boyce Lane, right on Durance, one of the neighbors there has water clear up to his house because it's backing up. I know somebody said it's not a Flagler County problem, but I've been living there 12 years and it's never been like this until the last 2 years. And Flagler came out and dug that ditch out on the north side, and they dug it 10 feet deep. And right now it's full to the top and the water's going nowhere. And so I just wanted to say something that I really think it is a Flagler County issue because it's coming from the Flagler County side, from where down the south side of the ditch, and it's flooding everything, but it's backing up so much that it's going clear up into Boyce Lane, and there's nowhere for the water to go. So my question is, I appreciate that we are trying to do that. Jacob's trying to do something now, but if this project's been going on for 2 years, why didn't they do something then so that we wouldn't have this problem now? And why are we having this problem now? Because it's flooding a lot of people out. We had one neighbor completely move out because the water was clear up to their house. And they said enough is enough. We have another one that's considering it. But it's not been this way until the last 2 years when this project started over there. I don't have a problem with the projects going in. We just got to do something with the water because people are flooding out and we need to do something. I mean, the fact that they say it's not a Flagler County issue, I disagree because we live there. We see it every day. And I've never had this much water after 4 inches of rain, never, until now. So just wanted to say that. So let you know, there's a lot of other neighbors that feel the same way.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? All right, so seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. What's the pleasure of the board on 9D?
Well, Mr. Chairman, with trepidation, I move we approve 9D, project number 2023090054, approval of a PUD for Oakside at Armand.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson,
Second.
second by Commissioner O'Brien. Any other final comments or questions for staff, applicant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion is 4-1.
Just a word of caution, you guys need to take care of this water. We'll do what we can, but
We'll move on to 9E, quasi judicial. This time I'll ask if there's any ex parte communication. Commissioner Hanson?
I have none.
Commissioner Pennington?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Sullivan?
None.
Commissioner O'Brien? All right. So this is project 202-309-0053, request for approval of a PUD site development plan for Ridgeside at Ormond Station.
This one's just south of Oakside, the one we were just talking about. So you can see the location there. East side of the property is Volusia County. West side's the FPL that we've talked to death. And then it's north of Airport Road. So mixed use low, PUD, Zone X, not part of a special flood hazard area, although it sure sounds like it acts like one. Then you have some areas of depressional soils that are shown. And then along with that, mapped wetlands that are according to the National Wetlands Inventory show up here. And then this is the one we mentioned is age restricted. I'll get to that in a second. 5,000 square foot lot size, 70% maximum impervious lot coverage is 70% impervious on these. And so this also includes a portion of the road. So this matches up with the other development. So you got to have the road that's in there to be able to link them together. You can see the pond, a couple of ponds on these. And so here's those duplex development is what this is. So these are all duplexes that are in here. And this orientation, very much the same as we had earlier. North is on your right-hand side, south is to the left, east is at the bottom, west is at the top. And this then shows that cul-de-sac, the northern end, this cul-de-sac that's on your right-hand side, northeast corner here, is the part that matches up to Oakside, I think is what we had there with the other one. So 80 duplexes on a total of 160 lots. This is that age restriction, does provide for temporary sales center uses and model homes in the PUD text, dedications to the HOA, later to the CDD. We did have Planning and Development Board recommendation for approval. And with that, I'll close and wait any questions or comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant have anything to say on this one?
Good evening, Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering. This is a similar situation. This is a duplex development, and again, we have probably more drainage in this area that was going to the east that we are now restricting and sending into the retention ponds and limiting only that little bit of buffer area to continue to go towards the east. So we're, again, limiting the flow towards the east and making our ponds larger to be able to handle that situation. And then this will overflow it will rehydrate the wetlands before then going into the drainage ditch along the FPL easement. And I'll answer any questions.
Is there any questions for the applicant? Question for staff or Adam. Is there, in the overall management plan for the wetlands, is this part of the overall design, is these rehydration of the wetlands?
So if you imagine the history here of this area, it was a lot of ditching that was done in order to drain those adjacent areas. And one of the requirements that was within the DRI, the original DRI development order, was rehydration of the wetlands. And so what Water Management District wanted to see was basically the addition of ditch blocks that would come back and effectively rehydrate this area. I think you'd probably call this kind of a wet, almost like a wet prairie that had some seasonal wet qualities to it. And so the short answer back for this is that this is what you want to see, is that you have the retention ponds providing treatment, some attenuation, and then their ultimate outfall comes back into the wetlands and then part of a larger wetland system. And so that you're seeing some, to a very large degree, restoration of the work that had been done by others over the years to drain those areas and turn them into pasture or timber areas, and now that's being undone.
Can you show the look where we're looking at the wetlands and this, where this fits?
Yeah. Remembering what you're seeing here is that this is after that work that was done to drain those areas. I think that if you had this, and actually I can say that, if you go back and you look at the old topo maps that are out there, the USGS topo maps, you get a much different feel for this. It shows up graphically as more wet than what this shows. The designations here, PF, PS that are here, those are freshwater. You can see at the bottom the color coding, freshwater forested shrub wetlands. The isolation, I guess my point here in saying this is that I don't think in practice, if this area had not been disturbed, had not been ditched, you wouldn't see these as isolated wetlands. They would be more predominant wetlands. They would be part of a larger wetland system. This was whole cypress swamp.
The parcel we're looking at is with the border, they're going to border on Volusia County, correct?
Right.
That's the piece I'm looking at.
Yes, sir. If you follow the letters PROJ at the top project, head down from there.
Yeah, right.
That's in that corridor, that
Got
right
it.
and left.
Got it. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Is it safe to say that, I mean, when Hunter's Ridge was originally permitted as a DRI, between that time and now, would there be different conditions placed on a development that's coming in? I would assume that the hydrology has changed in that time period. But is there any opportunity to revisit those same conditions that the water management looked at back when?
Yes and no. I think that you've had the development order itself that had changed over the years. We did have our amendment that we had, but I think we've probably seen it in practice. The Water Management District now has a different rubric for requirements than what they had in the past. That we look at older subdivisions and just it's part of how our regulatory environment has changed. It hasn't gotten less. It's gotten more strict. It's gotten has more requirements now than what you had in the past. Is a safe answer I can give you there, and so that the permitting itself is more involved than it was before.
But they're looking at these on a individual piece by piece basis instead of as a whole. Which is when you look at a DRI, you're looking at it as a whole.
I think that is a distinction here, is that the DRI itself had that large attenuation that it had to do. And so that there is an overall master plan that they're working from with these subdevelopments that are happening. And so that you had an overall plan. And then as these smaller developments come in, they're basically putting more meat on the bone for each of their successive steps. So the overall master plan set the stage for what's coming now.
Right, but my thought process
Conceptual
is if the
permit.
basis for the original master plan now has changed, if hydrology's changed, if it would be interesting if, with the advent of, like you're
I think
saying,
it's really happened, yeah.
other developments.
I think your conceptual master plan, I'll hand it over here to Kim, but I think your conceptual, it's changed a little bit over time, but go ahead.
So back in around 2014 to 2016, we had a jurisdictional determination done with the Water Management District. And as Jake mentioned, that has recently been updated. So, during the fires, there were some major rehydration, the hydraulics of this whole area had changed, and it changed the wetlands. And so when that jurisdictional determination was done, 6-7 years ago, it was all taken into consideration. And so we have a template now that we have to work within. And we have a water management district and a core permit that is a conceptual permit that we have to abide by. And so that's where the master planning came in, where, we're kind of set in stone on what we can impact, what we can't impact. We can tweak it here or there, but our net impacts cannot increase. And so we have to preserve the wetlands that you see preserved. And, the hydrology was viewed and looked at. It was an arduous process. And so we're just now looking in more detail at how to do the design and the grading and so forth, but that entire wetland system and your conceptual master planning was done several years ago.
So
But
when
not that long ago, really.
Yeah, when you referred to the water management district and core permits, how old were those? When were those?
I think they were started around 2014, and I think they were finished in like 16 or 17.
Okay.
17? 2017, so not that long ago.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up for public comment on 9E. This is the Ridgeside at Ormond Station. You'd like to come state your name?
Yeah, how you doing? I'm Charlie Wright. I live on Lippizan Trail in Ormond Beach, and my property is just north of Hunter's Ridge, the old Hunter's Ridge, which is off of Airport. At one time, there was a ditch that went south through that development. Then they built the development, filled up the ditch, and then there was a small ditch run across the back of those properties, which the city never maintained, the developer never maintained, or, anybody involved with that it was unmaintained. So we've got more water now than we ever had. Then to the west of our property, we've got 840 feet, I think, 840 feet, which are going to be duplexes right next to. And they're going to be 20 feet off of our property. So for 20 feet, the property's going to be up 4 feet higher when they build the houses, which is going to drain into elevated retention basins into the sandy elevated retention basins, and then its water will seep out of those into the land adjacent to that. Then at the property line where the water is, especially the southwest corner of the property, there's water there now. And the whole west property line, which butts against this development, he says Jake said it was going to go west. Now, if they put a ditch in there, which seems like nobody's interested in the ditch, why don't they have elevations of how elevated it is down the property line and all the way out to wherever that water is going to drain? There's no elevations I've seen on any paper that the proposed ditch is going to go. Or if they do put a ditch in there, is the city of Flagler going to maintain that ditch? or the developer who makes the money off all these houses, is he going to maintain it? Or is there going to be an association involved in this, that maintain these ditches? Because it seems like all the water problems that we have is associated with unmaintained ditch or some way that the water goes out with culverts and so on. But nobody really, and then the fact that they're going to build a number of duplex property right next to our property. We got 10 acres, and that's going to drag our property value way down. Just the fact that you got, duplex property right next to it. And nobody's kind of talking about that either. What else was I wanting to talk about? And if Hunter's Ridge put in the original ditch to the south of us, which was never maintained, is there any comeback on that? And then they continue to build more stuff and tell you they elevate the houses and go into these elevated ponds, and then they drain it very fast because you got a tremendous amount of concrete, a tremendous amount of roof, driveways, sidewalks, everything. It drains quick. They put swales in so they get rid of this water real quick. But when it fills up the ponds, where's that water going to go? It's going to go on the adjacent property where the grade is lower. But I'd like to see a grade from the property lines. Where does that water go? Nobody seems to know. And they're going to shed 800 feet with a 20-foot setback right on my property. And they can't seem to come up with an answer. Where is that water going? I know where it's going. It's going to go on my property. That's pretty much. And another thing, it seems like when they're doing this, you don't, the water management is a main thing. And then everything else gets rubber stamped. Yep, everything's okay. Let them go. And then later on, there's going to be problems. Thank you.
Thank you. As this is an old DRI that we're incrementally building back out, these parcels were previously identified for the densities. So this has a specific density to this parcel that's been identified for years.
And remember, the duplex isn't density. And so, a housing type is not density, but yes, short answer, yes.
What about the setbacks from the property line?
That's not an incompatible, if you're talking about buffering between the two. Again, that's not residential to residential in our world, and 20 foot's pretty good. If that's the buffer that they're providing, there is no specific requirement that we have in our regulations for a buffer between residential.
And how will I guess for the applicant, how will the drainage to the property line be handled?
I could probably answer that one too, because they had already said that it's going to be high backed is what they're going to end up being. And so then they're going to drain from the high back ends of the back of the lot forward to the street, and the street's going to be their collection system, so that where your developed areas are happening. And so I think you heard Ms. Buck say that also, that your grading is going to come down onto those natural areas. Remember, you got natural areas here as well that are interspersed with the areas of development. But where those developed areas are happening, they're going to be high, rear yards are going to be high. Everything's going to drain off that way.
So the ones that are going east to the existing properties on the east, there'll be a swale to the street?
Curb and gutter, yeah.
No,
so
not along the street. Is everything draining to the road then? The back of the lots are draining?
Yes.
To the front?
Yep.
Which
Correct.
makes the...
I'll let Kim.
Sure.
Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering. Yes, so it's the same situation. As Adam said, the rear lot line is draining to the road. From the back of the lot to the property line is grading back down to grade. It is extremely reduced in the amount of area that is draining that direction. Right now, probably a good 150 feet of the property is draining towards the east. And so now it's going to be reduced to that 20 feet. And then it'll drain off into the natural areas according to the grades. that property line is the low spot. And so the water right now kind of drains towards the east, follows that property line, and then there's a low spot down in that southwest corner of the property. And he is correct that that is a low area right there. And the water doesn't really have any place to go. And there's not, we can try and work with the property owner, but right now that whole area is in a lower elevation than the rest of our site. And so what we're trying to do is limit what continues to go in that direction.
So you agree with him that your water is going to flood his property?
No, I do not. What I'm saying is that right now, the low part of the property is, right, before development right now it's kind of draining to the east, to the east, and then to the south, to that corner over there. And so we are, we have to maintain that drainage pattern. We can't disrupt that. But what we can do is cut off a good portion of our water that is draining in that direction. And so that's what we're going to do. We're leaving things natural along that corner, and then we're grading back down to grade in that 20 feet behind the lots. But taking the rest of that property where the lots are and pushing it to the west and into our retention ponds and into the conservation area and ditches that run along the FPL easement.
Only the back 20 is draining toward the east. The rest of it is being pushed to the stormwater system.
Yeah.
Whereas now there's a pattern that's flowing east.
Right. And then, like I said, we're leaving, what's natural in those common preservation areas, we're leaving natural.
All right, we're still under public comment. Any other public comment?
My name is Rick Webb, and along with Mr. Vinovich, who came with me, who just recently purchased Wayne Griffin's property. He has 32 acres. I have 20 acres. The Wrights have 10 acres. And in between us is several other 5 acres. From the Wrights up to Vinovich, we have pristine pastures, horses, barns. It's a really nice area, nice development. When I first bought that property and moved out there, it was quite different. And what was going to happen in Hunter's Ridge was a golf course. Hole number 13 was coming right down my property, so I was looking for a golf cart and ready to share my horse farm with a nice golf course. Now, I'm not against this community because I don't think we can stop it. But I'd just like for you to know that we're not talking about a normal neighborhood. You're talking about pushing water out of all these lawns, all the grasses, all the things that people put in there, and pushing this water out across our farms. It was okay. We have swales. We don't have ditches. We have swales. So that water quickly moves across our pastures and into Groover Creek and into the Tomoka River. When it's dry with a swale, as opposed to a ditch, you mow it, and it's part of your pasture. And if you could see my property today, after that big rain we had, that swale that goes from Hunter's Ridge, from this property that you guys just saw, across, it's flying across there. You could whitewater raft it. It's going so fast out of there to get into Groover's Creek and then into Tomoka River. So what I'm saying is, what I recently heard about that 20 feet with water still draining into that 20 feet and then draining onto our property, we don't have any control over what kind of water is coming across our pastures and what our horses are living in. So I just think you ought to consider that. I'm not against it. I don't blame any of you if you vote for it, But I've been talking to Jake quite a bit on this subject, and it's real important to Vinovich and me, to Wright and all the other horse ranchers out there, that you try to protect our property. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leslie Wright, 2461 Lipizan Trail. I promised my husband I wouldn't speak tonight, so we'll have to deal with that later. I appreciate what you said, Mr. Hanson, about, I'm going to be watching and I want to see what's going to happen. I'm really appreciative of Jake's efforts and I'm optimistic about what might happen. But the fact is, I've been dealing with Hunter's Ridge now the better part of 20 years on a ditch that they filled in and flooded my 10 acres now for 20 years. So, and I know it's a big pain in the ass to Jake to talk about this because it is a sin of the past, but the fact is, in 10 years, we'll be talking about another sin of the past when they don't do what they said they were going to do. So I would ask this group to act with some prudence and not move forward with something until we see that action is being taken, because it hasn't been. And I have countless attorney bills, consultant bills, and every other kind of bill you can imagine over the last 20 years to try to get a ditch put back in that was taken out, and now we're flooded. And now we're going to be flooded even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Jay, can you put the image back up? With, the wireless, if you want. Come in here for a second, buddy. The one that backs up to Goya and that guy's property. Okay. So this lake right here, sorry, this pond or lake right here has over 600 feet of vegetation, which is supposed to be draining water into this retainage pond, and it's part of the cleanup that's going on the vegetation harvest with Hunter's Ridge that is currently under contract. So there is actually something being done already. You can't get the water into this pond fast enough. We were out there today, and if you went and looked at all the water and all the retainage areas, this particular retainage pond is low compared to everybody else because the water can't get into it. It's literally got over 600 feet of vegetation that is just solid grown. I mean, the water, it's a choke point. The water can't go and flow into it. So that's part of what we're working on as far as cleaning up and moving the water. As far as coming down this line where everybody's property is, there are a couple little finger canals that go out to the FP&L canal that we're going to be cleaning out as well. And there's two like old logging culverts that are restricted and not flowing properly that we're going to be taking. So we're going to move a lot of water out of this area with what we're doing. And like I said to that lady, I understand that she hasn't seen anything being done recently, but this is currently under contract. I mean, we just voted this at the HOA board at Hunter's Ridge last week to go for it. Wayne Griffin signed it. And as soon as this water event dries out, we're starting.
Good.
We're still under public comment. You've already spoke once, so you can only speak once.
Is it all under contract? Is there a print on it that shows an elevation of the corner of the property there? They want to.
Okay, we can't, then we're not picking up the question at all. This is a rezoning at this point. These aren't the construction plans. The next step is through the preliminary plat and the construction plans. This is the overall rezoning, which is tied to the DRI, which has been approved ages ago. I mean, we're kind of, I think what I would like to see is part of, we see the bits and pieces. I would say next time we get these applications like this, let's look at the overall drainage in the area. I would like to see a bigger picture, a little higher up, of the drainage patterns as they're connecting. It would alleviate, I think, some questions from us up here, knowing that the next step is is part of the drainage system and design. It just helps us visualize things up here at this stage, especially with the concerns from the residents in the area.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I agree with that completely, but in these drawings and these pictures, I'd like to see where the private properties are in relation to these builds when they show us the water drainage. Where,
Yeah, absolutely.
where's Mr. Wright's property? Where's,
I guess
let's
they're
take a
along
look
that-
at that.
Yeah,
I think it's just right down the side of that property, but
but it's hard to visualize it.
yeah, I'd like to see it. So,
Is there any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board if there's any other questions for staff or the applicant. We're looking at the rezoning for, this is 9E. Ridgeside at Ormond Station. I'm kind of getting smushed together with similar names, but
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move we approve 9E, project number 2023090053, approval of the PUD development plan for Ridgeside at Ormond Station.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Commissioner O'Brien for approval. Any final comments? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of 9E signify with aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
One nay. Motion carries 4-1.
Really, this is really important though for the developer. You're on notice. You know what you got to do. And we got to keep the water off the adjoining property. We just can't cause more problems than what they've got. We can't make it worse. So.
All right, we'll move on to 9F. This is a resolution of intent to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments for the Dunes Community Development District stormwater assessment within a portion of unincorporated Flagler County. This is by Sean Moylan. Sean, you going to take this?
Yes, Chairman. The Hammock Dunes Community Development District, special purpose local government here in our county, approached the county staff and requested that we help them levy a stormwater assessment. And the reason they needed to engage us was because the area that it would be assessed is actually outside of their boundaries. But as the last item just showed us, stormwater doesn't obey property lines necessarily. And so because it's in our jurisdiction, they would have to rely on us to actually levy the assessment. What's before you tonight is just the first step in the process. This is what gets our foot in the door, so to speak, in the ability to levy a stormwater assessment. I don't have a visual for you, but for those of you familiar with the Barrier Island, we're talking about the area bounded on the west by A1A, on the east by Hammock Dunes Parkway, and on the south by Jungle Hut Road, and on the north by 16th Road. So that's the area. Now, not every property there would be assessed. For one thing, it would only be developed lots, for example. But those are the details that would work out in this process. We have to meet the legal standards that the assessment is reasonably apportioned, that the properties being assessed specially benefit from the assessment. That is, that the money is spent on something that benefits those properties. And obviously, that is the stormwater system. So we would work with the CDD to define exactly which of the parcels within that rectangle I described end up being assessed. And the assessment would ultimately come in September when we approve the budget and we levy the assessments and the millages. It happens at that time period. And this assessment, if approved, would end up on the November bill coming up next year. So that's kind of the 30,000-foot view. Again, this is the first step in the process that would allow us to levy the assessment. Obviously, we're going to need an interlocal agreement with the CDD to spell out what we need from them, because you're going to be relying on their data to come up with the dollar amount. And, no one wants to pay an extra assessment. So we have to make sure it's defensible and that it meets all the legal standards. The interlocal would spell out what they would provide us and do for us to make sure we're comfortable in actually levying the assessment on these properties. And Mr. Chimento is here in the chambers. He represents the CDD. If you had any questions of them, and I'm here as well, obviously, if you have questions of me.
Absolutely. All right, Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. That's that area where there's a new development where they
That
cleared
new
out-
development, yeah.
It was a beachfront?
Beachside or
Beach-
Beach Walk is there at
Walk.
Jungle Hut,
Yeah.
yes.
Is that the primary?
That's the very southern end of this area. It would go from there all the way up to 16th Street. A lot of it is our greenway. There's a couple of PUDs we recently approved that are
Seems to me
also.
that most of the houses are going to be.
There's those two pipe stem,
Yeah.
yeah, north
Right.
of,
Okay, I
north
got it.
of Beach
I
Walk.
just want to make sure I know right.
Yes, sorry, I didn't have a map for you on this.
No, that's
Oh, we got it. That's
got it.
over there every day.
Again, this is first step. Obviously, there's got to be an engineering study or master plan of the area to determine where the monies are going to go.
Well, the interlocal could spell out what we need from them. One of the suggestions I had, and this is just in discussions with the attorneys, an idea of where the monies would be spent and in following years, how they have been spent so that we can show, look, we're clearing out a ditch or we're building infrastructure here or maintaining stormwater infrastructure that does indeed benefit your properties.
This money would go to the CDD.
That's correct, yes. We would have some processes involved here. I mean, it's on the tax bill, so we would be the ones levying it. When they pay their taxes, obviously it goes to Ms. Johnston's office. It would end up in our accounts, and we would have a way to pay the CDD through the interlocal.
This would solve what problem?
I would have to rely on the CDD to, they initiated this request and we were accommodating it since they are a sister local government, but ultimately it's up to them to explain to you the need for this and what it would be used for and those sort of details.
Bring them on.
So these were permitted prior, and at the time of permitting, it just wasn't, we weren't looking at the outfall to determine where the impacts were going to go.
Well, we did look at the drainage the way we normally do, and the outfall is into the ditch on Hammock Dunes Parkway, which eventually makes its way to their system. So we could have theoretically, if at the time, if we were thinking of this, we could have imposed something. But at the time, it wasn't on our radar. We were just looking at the normal sort of checklist of water management, permitting, et cetera.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, I remember that though, when we were talking about the southeast corner of that development was supposed to have been set up to take care of the
outfall.
drainage,
Yeah,
right?
the outfall, yeah.
Yes, there is a
Lot of discussion
pond.
about that.
Yes, there was. Yeah, there's a pond there, but it does outflow into that that ditch that I just described, a rather large ditch, and eventually makes its way to their stormwater system.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Greg Pugh. I'm the district manager for the Dunes Community Development District. To answer a couple of your questions, probably the first one, why wasn't it thought of back when the Beach Walk development was? We just established the stormwater utility. I think it is 2021. So that development went in slightly before our stormwater utility. So that's the reason why it wasn't contemplated at that time. Currently, the monies that we generate from the stormwater utility that's within our district currently, we use those for maintenance, and we are also trying to build a fund. Our system is approximately 40 years old, and the pipes are relatively good, but we've been experiencing clogged pipes due to leaves, debris, trees, roots growing in them. So we are now trying to build a fund so we can clean those out. In the last couple of years, we've had several $20,000 or $40,000 pipes that just fill up with dirt, things we have to clean. So we're using those monies within the CDD to clean those, and the folks from Beach Walk and these other developments that are coming along, they're going to contribute. They're going to add silt, dirt to our stormwater system, and everything does drain into our, we've got 179 acres of ponds, 19 miles of stormwater pipes that we need to clean and inventory. And we just set up the stormwater utility to do this. So I think I've answered most of your questions, and what other ones will be happy to.
And the reason you're having to do this is you don't control that specific area like
Correct.
you would other areas of the
Yeah.
hammock.
When
It's not like these are going to be the only people paying towards the.
No.
Right.
Within the CDD, if you want to know the numbers, we generate about $450,000 a year. The current stormwater fee for the vast majority of our residents is $15 a month, $180 a year. So that all contributes. About a third of that is administrative, paying salaries, and about a third is and 2/3 is maintenance. So
Well, this will just add to that fund.
yes, that is currently, if we had a major blowout of a pipe or something that got plugged, we would have to borrow from our other utility funds. We're trying to build that fund up.
The
Yes, sir.
next says those properties are all benefiting from that water flowing into the CDD's utility system, correct?
Yes.
You know, that was the issue back then was
Yeah.
where the hell's their water going to go?
Right.
Right. Well, now we
Goes
know.
into our system.
Now we know.
Now we know. Yeah.
Well, and just like we had some comments before, if the ditches aren't maintained, if growth occurs, that all slows down the flow in the ditches and can lead to backups in the system.
Correct. I will say that the vast majority of we have small swales. One of the major ditches that comes into ours front, Beach Walk is in the southeast corner, as you said, and it flows into a county ditch, and then it goes underneath Hammock Dunes Parkway. Our pipes are maintained. It's just, we have to inventory them, make sure that they're 40 years old. We want to make sure that there's no cracks, problems. We'd like to get ahead of that. That's why we're building this fund.
I'm sorry, didn't we,
go ahead.
I apologize. I'm just looking at Google Earth here, so Hammock Park, Cinnamon Grove, didn't we work on some approvals for those parcels too recently?
Yes.
So that's all gonna come online too?
Yes.
Okay.
All of those things, but most everything east of A1A flows into our system. The majority. I won't say all of it, but the majority does.
Well, topography says that.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
none
I'll
of
go
it
to
goes-
the ocean.
A1A is the high point.
Yeah.
so none of it goes across that big new pipe we put in north. They went over to the coast.
Not in this area, but.
I know, yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions,
I think-
comments?
Yeah,
I think
pretty
it's a good idea.
straightforward.
At this time, I'll open it up for public comment. If there's anybody who wants to approach the commission on this item.
Hi, my name is Kristen Gregory, DBD Solutions, and owner of Hammock Park that you guys approved recently. Thank you. And I'm actually here on behalf of these guys. I think that would be money well used for us to contribute to these guys because we definitely need those pipes cleaned. And I notice I walk and run those streets every day, and there's a lot of water coming that I'm sure they're anticipating more with our construction and new construction in the area. So I just came to say that I think that this would be money put to good use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meredith Davis, 12 Cinnamon Grove Lane, and that is the Cinnamon Grove Village community, which is near Hammock Park, right adjacent, and one over from Beach Walk. And I agree with Kristen Gregory that this would be, as a homeowner and taxpayer, this would be advanced thinking. It would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for motion on 9F.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve a resolution of intent to use the uniform method collecting non-ad valorem assessments to the Dunes Community Development District.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Commissioner Sullivan. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to 9G, resolution of intent to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments for nuisance abatement within unincorporated Flagler County.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is similar to the item you just heard. It is the first step in a process in levying a new assessment. This special assessment would apply in the entire unincorporated county, and the only properties that would ever face this assessment are those which the county was forced to clean up under our recently adopted property maintenance code. Right now, what we do is if we have to demolish a dilapidated structure, we put a lien on the property. And every once in a while, those liens are satisfied. But with liens, you run the risk of them falling off. You have to renew them every, I think it's 8 or 10 years. You have to keep an eye on them and renew them. You have to hope that the property sells so that you can get the money back. With this system in place, we would put an assessment on those properties to recoup the expenditures that we incurred in cleaning up the property and, for instance, demolishing a dangerous structure. And knowing that it's on the tax bill, you're going to get your money back. The only way you wouldn't, I suppose, is if no one bid on it at a tax deed sale and it just sheeted to the county and became our property. So it's a way to make sure we recoup the funds we use in cleaning up properties. It's something that the city of Palm Coast already utilizes and has in place. Now, our use of this would be a little different than the city, though. The city uses the process beyond simple cleanup matters, but actually for code violations. That's not our intent. Our intent would be, us being less urbanized, the unincorporated areas. It's really just for nuisance abatement. Properties that become overridden with litter and debris and are never cleaned up. Or if there's an abandoned structure that becomes unsafe. Those are the types of problems that we would be addressing and which this assessment would allow us to recoup the funds for.
So like a dump, would it be if you found a dump on a parcel that you couldn't get any response from?
That's correct, yes. Yes, and we have a process now where they get notice, the property owner would get notice, so there's due process. They have a chance to challenge what we're trying to do. But a lot of times they might just ignore us, in which case we are allowed to move forward to clean up the nuisance. Then we would levy the assessment on the property.
So it would be on their tax roll?
It'd be on the tax roll that
following year? Following year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like that.
And there's, I guess you would be able, on a nuisance, be able to access private property.
Yes, that's correct. We can do that now. There's a process in place. We have several cases that are out there right now, and I think many of them are in the Daytona North area, where you have either an abandoned, dilapidated structure or litter and debris, or perhaps even a combination of the two. But again, we would avoid having to rely on the lien method of getting repaid.
Right. Okay. And what's the steps following this? What are the additional steps that take place for public notice?
We enter into interlocals with the tax collector and property appraiser so that they can collect the costs of doing their labor, which I think is from the property appraiser. He usually charges a flat fee. I think the tax collectors is 2% of the value of what you're doing. Then you have a notice period. So we would have to, in the springtime or summer, we would be sending out a notice by mail to everybody who owns property in the unincorporated area of the county. Very similar to what we did this past year, if you recall, with the Daytona North assessment, when we were considering an increase to it and everybody got a letter in the mail. Also, we did it, if you recall, with solid waste. So everybody in the unincorporated area who owns property got a letter letting them know solid waste was going to increase. That notice would also happen here and in the last item you just heard, by the way. They would get notice. There's also notice, of course, in the paper. And again, the actual levy, well, there would be no levy this year. We're just, and I shouldn't say that. If there happens to be a property we clean up after we get this on the books and before the tax bills, it is possible there could be a levy this year. I shouldn't have said that. So there's the notice period. The adoption happens in September. That is when we do all the assessments like solid waste or any of the assessments we levy. It has to be done before September 15th. And the last thing I would mention is we notify the Department of Revenue. There's a statutory procedure for letting them know.
Do we have a list of nuisance properties already?
Yes, not in my office, but there is a list of cases that we're working on. I think there may be a half dozen or more. Does that sound about right, Mr. Mengel? Yes, probably 6 or 8 already that are out there that staff is working on. And by working on, I mean contacting owners, trying to figure out what to do, issuing warnings.
What's the extent of current violations? Generally.
That is the list currently, but I think
what
if
are the violations, the nuisance violations that we've identified?
You're asking how many?
No, what do they consist of? What is the problem?
Oh, the type of problem. Yeah, as I discussed, I remember seeing one with photographs where I believe the property owner is a scrap dealer, but he's using his residential property as from an outside perspective, it looks kind of like a junkyard. And it's covered in debris and litter. So that's one example. There's another example that I saw where you have an RV, or maybe it was a mobile home that is essentially abandoned, roof falling in, windows broken, those types of things. The stereotypical sort of nuisance property that you may picture in your mind.
And if we've made contact, we work with the homeowner. I think this is more or less if we don't hear anything.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, this is when we have someone who either can't afford to clean it up or does not want to clean up their property, and we are forced to do it.
So if somebody can't afford it, then they're avoiding it. But when the tax bill comes due, they still can't afford it.
That could happen. It's something that's already in our code, but it wouldn't be, it's, as you're identifying, it's not on the tax bill. They would just have this lien hanging over their property that if they ever sold one day, it would be paid.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, just to follow up on that line of questioning, in Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, is there anything similar?
Yes, as I was saying, Palm Coast has this. I'm not sure about the other municipalities, but Palm Coast uses it quite a bit, actually, every year.
This procedure that we're...
Yes, sir, correct. They use it for more of their code violations of every sort and kind. Our focus is on nuisance properties in particular.
Is there, I guess, would there be a penalty if they didn't respond and we cleaned it up versus them asking for our assistance to help clean it, would that be something we would assist a property owner with if they asked?
Most likely not. Financially assist? I don't think so, because what you have then is you would be expending money to benefit a private
Yeah,
individual.
not so much that, but I mean, I just was wondering if there's a way to work with somebody proactively versus in response to them not acting.
Well, it's private property. I mean, that's the
I
issue.
think staff tries to work with them. Usually it starts out with conversations. If it gets a little, if it elevates from there, there's a notice procedure that goes, next, and you try to get compliance. Our goal is always compliance. It's not to punish these folks. We just, if it's violating the code, it's truly a nuisance. There has to be a mechanism to clean it up. We have that mechanism now. We just don't have the way to get the funds back.
Does this apply, hate to throw this in there, but does this apply to the infamous hotel on Old Dixie?
Well, it could. That is a little more complex because we're in the litigation there, and we have a motion for summary judgment that's pending. So it's a little more complex. But theoretically, that sort of situation would indeed be the type of case where we could use this assessment to, if we had to go in there to demolish that building as an unsafe structure or as a nuisance or as an abandoned building, there's a lot of categories under the code that maybe would qualify. Then yes, we would put it on the tax bill, and whoever's the owner, of course, would be forced to pay that.
And the process, if they don't pay their tax bill, it goes.
Well, that is a statutory process that's in place regardless of what we do
Right.
here. And so they have a chance to redeem it. They have 3 years to claw it back. So if someone else tries to come in and pay it to take the property, that owner can redeem it for several years and get it back with a penalty. I think it's a pretty steep interest that they have to pay. But if they don't, someone else can take the property at an auction, a public auction. Failing that, if simply nobody wants it, if it's undesirable or the fees are too high, it's not worth it, ultimately these properties become the property of the county government through a process called escheatment. That has happened a few times. It's pretty rare.
We got one in the last few years in town
A couple
center.
years ago, Town Center.
Oh, Town Center, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we got one.
because the assessments were so high. We got one on the dunes, actually, where our Army Corps project is. So it does happen. And we had one in Seminole Woods, probably a good 4 or 5 years ago. We ended up giving that to the Habitat for Humanity, for affordable housing.
Okay, all right, interesting.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the resolution of intent to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments for nuisance abatement within the unincorporated Flagler County.
Second.
Make sure there's no public comment. I don't think I asked for public comment, but need to ask. Anyone coming forward? All right, seeing none. We have a motion by Commissioner Hanson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Pennington. Call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll move down to our additional reports and comments, and this time we'll take the county administrator's report.
I know it's late, so I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. I've actually have 3 items, though. I just wanted to let you know we did receive a request from the Baptist Academy. They're the folks that currently occupy the historic courthouse. They're asking for an early termination of their lease. You may recall their lease started back in March of 2015. It was a 10-year term. They're asking to leave early, so it'll expire if it runs the whole term to February 28th of 2025. They'd like to terminate August of 24, so it's going to be about 7 months early. I don't have the authority to let them out of their lease, so I was going to prepare an agenda item to come before the board. To let them out, it would just really be an amendment to their, consideration of an amendment to their existing lease. I know we've talked about this item before, so just wanted to let you know that I do have formal request from them. The other item I have is related to transportation impact fees being collected from the BJ's project and the adjacent property to the west. Those two properties will likely annex into the city of Palm Coast. We've been working in collaboration with city staff in trying to create potentially a draft ILA for your consideration. Typically, we don't do this, but in talking to Palm Coast, they would like to use the transportation impact fee funds for those two properties to do specific improvements at the intersection of State Road 100 and Seminole Woods, specifically the northbound lanes of Seminole Woods as it approaches 100. You currently have 3 lanes, one going west, one going straight, one going east. Looking at their modeling, they desire to have 2 lanes of traffic going west. Probably likely come with some potential realignment activities. I just wanted to make you aware that we had that request at staff level. So right now we're working on that and we'll likely come back to you for consideration. And then the last item I have is really related to the dune restoration work that was completed a few weeks ago. With last week's high surf, staff has been out there taking a look at the condition. It's estimated that we'll probably need about 3 to 4 million for the northern 11.4 miles to restore the recently built dune emergency berm. That's based on 25% loss in the Painters Hill section, Marineland Acres, Hammock Beach, and in and around Old Salt Park. As you all recall, we had a legislative request for about 29 million. It is too late to submit a formal change, an increase, but it does appear that the new request would move from 29 million up to about 33 million. We can't make the formal request, but we did want to possibly draft a letter to Speaker Renner, letting him be aware if there is funding out there, maybe the state will have some way of helping fill that shortfall. I just wanted to make you aware of that, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Moylan, attorney report.
Yes, Chairman, very briefly, I just wanted to let the board know that the Army Corps of Engineers has approved our certification of lands, which means for the project in Flagler Beach, we've gotten all the easements we needed, including in the taper areas, including staging areas in Veterans Park and 6th Street and by the water tower and snack checks and permits from FDOT. Everything having to do with the real estate interests are signed off on by the Army Corps. It was a huge undertaking, years in the making, and that has happened recently.
Very good.
Good news.
And that's it?
That's all from me.
Your reports are much shorter than Al's. All right, this time I'll open it back up to community outreach. If there's anybody left at this time of the night that would like to approach the podium, seeing none, we'll go ahead to commission reports. I'll start on my left, Commissioner Hanson.
I have nothing.
I'm gonna let everyone go home.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan?
I can't help, just Northeast Florida Regional Council Executive Board met, and we've got the awards coming up. We did receive in the county 2 awards.
Absolutely.
Which is good, and that's it.
All right, and I'll be there for that. Commissioner O'Brien?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Absolutely. We'll end on that. Very Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to everybody. We'll see you in the new year.
Move we adjourn.
Thank you. Accepted.
You know what I really wanted to